Good morning, everyone. Andrew Douglas on the Action News 5 digital desk on a fantastic day. It is mid-August. Usually temperatures are unbearable at this point, but we have a nice, cool, and comfortable 69 degrees in Midtown Memphis. And the bearer of good news is our friend Patrick Ellis. He's talking about where some temperatures in some communities might not reach 80 today. Patrick, that sounds amazing.
I'm going to go find one of those communities. It's like, 82 in Memphis doesn't sound half bad, but if I can go run up the road right quick, go up to like Atoka or Munford or Brighton or Covington and be 78, I'm going to take the chance, okay? The weather looks to be fantastic the next couple of days, Andrew. It looks like we are going to have a little preview of fall for a few days, but don't get used to it. I don't want you to go out there putting out your pumpkin spice, everything at your house, or the hay bales and the pumpkins and the scarecrows and everything. We're not there yet. Besides, it's still August. You know it's going to get hot again, and it will get hot again soon enough. Here's a live look outside from our High 5 camera. This is coming from the University of Memphis. Temperatures this morning are starting off pretty comfortable. Again, we've clicked back up to 70 degrees officially at Memphis International, 65 in West Memphis, 64 Somerville, 69 in Potts Camp, Hickory Flat, Holly Springs. We're 65 in Dyersburg and down up towards New Bern this morning, 64 Osceola and Blytheville, and we're 64 degrees in Marianna this morning, 68 in Clarksdale. You probably extrapolate that for our friends over in Helena, West Helena as well. So from here, we'll work away from the 60s to low 70s, back into the upper 70s and low 80s today. That dry air is going to win out. It will feel very comfortable today. Tons of sunshine and a few passing clouds here or there, but no rain showers to go along with it. Notice the winds picking up a bit out of the north and northwest, around 10 to 15, maybe 20 miles per hour at times. Again, ushering in that cooler air, keeping us dry, and the weather pretty calm for us as we go through the day. Of course, that drier air sticks around the next few days, all the way through about Thursday. Then a little spike comes in here by Friday that could lend itself to a chance for a few passing showers. Can't rule it out completely. Those chances are going to be less than 10% for the time being. There is a front that will likely push through the area sometime during the latter half of Friday into early Saturday. So it wouldn't be surprising to catch a shower, but many spots will likely remain dry, and we will get a reinforcing shot of some drier air, at least briefly, but not as dry as what we're dealing with here in the short term. And it's not just for us. Look at the region. I mean, like if you go out to Nashville, you go out towards East Tennessee as well. The weather pretty nice. Louisville, Kentucky from the upper 70s here today, back to the mid 80s by Thursday. Chicago, Illinois in the 70s, back into the low 80s as we head through the next few days. And even Jackson, Mississippi, 2 days in a row, 105 degrees actual air temperature. Low 90s today in Jackson don't sound half bad. I know my friends down there have been struggling. It's been a lot. They might get a little extra push of cooler air as the front works its way farther south. 88 by Wednesday, back to the mid 90s by Thursday. It looks like 100-degree temperatures will be back in those locations in central and south Mississippi, into Louisiana as well, heading into the next few days. And also, you notice Dallas and Fort Worth in the mid 90s. That's a cool down. 108 by Thursday. So yes, the heat is going to start to crank back up eventually, but in the short term, hey, our weather looks pretty nice. Frontal bender down to the south, temperatures rebounding to the upper 70s and low 80s here today. Lots of sunshine, maybe a passing cloud or two, but most spots likely to stay dry and quiet and clear. Maybe a few pockets in the upper 50s, outlying areas. So if you're heading up towards Brownsville, Alamo, maybe places like Brighton and Covington, you might catch a few spots in the upper 50s tomorrow morning. Not completely off of the table. That's some good stuff there to start off on your Wednesday, right? We'll get back into the lower 80s. A few mid 80s can't be ruled out. Passing clouds coming from the north and east as the winds snap around to the east northeast. As we go into your Thursday, looks like the winds will stick around in that easterly fashion. Temperatures in the 60s early on will rebound back up through the 80s. A few passing clouds from time to time as a front approaches us that could approach us and kick up a shower by Friday. But most spots will probably stay dry. We have not put a chance for rain on the forecast, except for, if you were to look deep into the forecast on the Action News 5 First Alert Weather app, I do have a small 5% rain chance in force for Friday. I won't put it on the 7 days just because of the fact that it right now looks to be mostly dry, but we can't rule it out completely as another front approaches us that we could squeeze out enough moisture for a shower. But notice the moisture values are pretty slim here. They're pretty low the next couple of days. We get a brief spike and there's just not a lot of moisture return to get a ton of rain to come in here during that time frame. And beyond that, It looks like we dry things back out. High pressure builds back in here for the weekend. So you've got weekend plans. Good stuff there. It will get warmer, back to the low 90s on Saturday, middle 90s Sunday and Monday. And in this feedback loop, Andrew, while we are dry, that is going to be a detriment to us at some point in time, okay? Because eventually, with all the sunshine, we're going to dry out the soil, which then in turn will dry out our moisture values in the atmosphere that will eventually dry us out and allow for temperatures to warm up pretty efficiently amount that dry air. So what you're seeing down in South Mississippi, which has been very hot temperatures the last couple weeks because of that drying out process, some of that may begin to make its way into the Mid-South. We're not going to be as hot as that, but still middle 90s, still going to be plenty hot, and that starts next week, and probably throughout much of next week we'll be in the middle to even some upper 90s.
So what you're saying, Patrick, is basically we need to enjoy what we have right now because this week's going to be great.
Yes, yes. I put it on my Facebook. I was like, these 3 days right here, fantastic. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, get out there and enjoy yourself, okay? Now, Friday's not bad. It ain't bad, okay? It could be worse. But beyond that, we start to get back into that heat, and the humidity will start to draw back in here as well heading into next week. So you're definitely going to notice the difference through the weekend into next week. We'll get there when we get there, but for the time being, let's enjoy the cooler weather while we have it.
Absolutely agree. Patrick Ellis, appreciate it, man. Thanks for the good news.
No problem.
All right, good stuff there. So listen, I hope you are not eating breakfast right now, because if you are, you might need to take a break. We got a story here that you're going to want to push away the breakfast just for a moment. There was actually some maggots found in a person's meal in Midtown. In fact, our Sydney Hawkins is live for us this morning outside of Overton Square there. And Sydney, we're talking about local, right? Local in Overtown Square. Tell us what we know this morning. Good morning.
Hey, good morning to you, Andrew. Yeah, just a really unsettling story for people, as you said, who may be eating breakfast this morning. The owner of Local on the Square, very popular restaurant here in Midtown, immediately taking ownership, saying that the dish contained contaminated blue cheese. He says he did not, nor did his kitchen staff, realize that the blue cheese was contaminated, but as soon as he did, he pulled that product off of the shelves, out of his kitchen. He also immediately called the Shelby County Health Department in for an inspection, and no insects nor worms were found in any other food products. The owner, Jeff Johnson, says the larvae would have been undetected unless staff went through and broke down the crumbs individually. The distributor was also notified. He says the kitchen underwent a complete scrub down, and all the food products were thrown away as the distributor does their own investigation. Now, the owner, Johnson, is also issuing a statement saying in part, quote, "It's terribly unfortunate that the product made it to a table. When brought to our attention, we took steps immediately to rectify this issue." So we're working to learn who this distributor is and if other Memphis restaurants are working with this distributor and have this specific product in their restaurants. We're also expected to hear more from the owner later today. Andrew?
Okay, Sydney Hawkins reporting live for us in Midtown Memphis. We appreciate your time, Sydney. Thanks so very much. Want to move on now to live pictures that you can see also in Midtown Memphis. This is off of Central behind Rail Garden, and you can see our photographer pushing in here live pictures of some rail cars that have gone off the track in Midtown Memphis. If you're familiar with this area, this is on Cowden and Central, just behind the restaurant Rail Garden. Okay, so this is where this happened a short time ago. No injuries reported, no word on traffic delays, but what we are seeing is this, and of course investigators are working diligently to not only clean up this mess, but to figure out what happened, why it happened, and if anyone was hurt. But right now, as we were saying, we don't know of anyone being hurt at this time. Again, right behind Rail Garden on Central and Cowden. We continue to follow it here in the Action News 5 digital desk. We will follow it for you throughout the day on Action News 5. Okay, after a weekend of violence in downtown Memphis, Mayor Jim Strickland is sharing his frustration with the situation. You probably saw this over the weekend. It was dangerous stunts, disruptive late-night noises, fights with police, all happening in downtown Memphis early Sunday morning. Mayor Strickland spoke with us about the traffic control downtown and why the city's plan to put the brakes on driving around in circles is not currently in effect.
This officer being assaulted and the gunshots that were rang out in downtown. There are people who know them, and I ask them, please call Crime Stoppers so we can bring quick justice against these criminals. That's the first thing we can do this week.
Okay, and Memphis Police Chief C.J. Davis wrote a statement, quote, "It is our commitment to bring bad actors to justice, to maintain a safe environment in the downtown area for all." Okay, want to show you this here. Memphis Police currently looking for some men who broke into a Hickory Hill liquor store. This happened on Wine Rack Liquors on Mount Moriah back on August 7th. You can see in this security video chains attached to the bumper of a vehicle to pull the doors from the business. They stole several cases of liquor. The cost of the damage is unknown at this time. Our heartfelt thoughts and prayers go out to the family of former Arkansas Razorback, Memphis Showboats running back Alex Collins. He died in Florida over the weekend, according to the Broward County Sheriff's Office. Collins was killed when his motorcycle crashed into a Chevy Suburban Sunday night in Lauderdale Lakes, Florida. He played 3 games in Memphis for the Showboats. During last season, he rushed for 98 yards and a touchdown. He was just 28 years old, and the USFL released a statement from its president, Daryl Johnston, saying in part, the USFL absolutely heartbroken that he, Collins, played the game of football with such passion, was a great teammate and ambassador of the game. Alex represented the best of our sports on and off the field. On behalf of the USFL family, the Memphis Showboats, and our fans, we send our deepest condolences to the Alex family, friends, and teammates. Well, we are less than a week away from the start of the Tennessee special session on public safety. Senate Republicans outlining several pieces of legislation they plan to introduce. 2 Shelby County Senators, Paul Rose, Brent Taylor, plan to introduce bills to go after criminals and protect victims by increasing penalties for firearm-related crimes. Other Republican measures plan on focusing on implementing harsher penalties for gun-related crimes to keep violent offenders off the streets. If you live in Germantown, you will see nearly a $30 credit to come to their water bills. It comes after hundreds of gallons of diesel fuel leaked into the city's water supply. The exact amount, $27.50, and it applies not only to Germantown residents, only to the Germantown residents, I should say, not businesses. The city has already submitted more than $500,000 in remediation expenses to TEMA. That's the Tennessee Emergency Management Agency, hoping to get reimbursed.
I don't know of another situation where any municipality ever has just issued a blanket credit across the board. And we use the word fair, and I think that still has to be determined. You know, credits are a dangerous, slippery slope.
A city worker has been fired in connection to the leak, which left thousands without usable water for nearly a week. Bartlett City crews say they're still working to clean up debris from summer storms, but they need your help. If you have any brush to pick up, put it on your curb by August 31st. They can only pick up so much at a time, so try to keep piles around 13 feet long, 5 feet wide, and 5 feet high. The material is going to be taken to an area mulch contractor to be recycled into usable mulch. And if you are headed down to Graceland, we've got you covered ahead of the annual Candlelight Vigil. It begins 8:30 tonight. It'll last until the early morning hours. It really draws a crowd, as you might expect. People from all over the country and all over the world come to the Candlelight Vigil to pay respects to Elvis Presley, the king of rock and roll. This is also the first Elvis week since the death of his daughter, Lisa Marie. There's been tributes for her as well. Both are buried side by side at Graceland. Want to switch gears now and talk to many of those viewers that are watching both on Facebook and our digital platforms, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and Roku, about the job-seeking market and how to get your LinkedIn profile specifically up to where it needs to be. Amp it up a little bit so that it grabs those employers and says, hey, look at me. Hire me, consider me for this next job. Let's bring in the Senior VP of Marketing for Recruiter.com, Angela Copeland, joining us. Angela, welcome back. How are you?
Thank you. It's great to be here.
Yes, I appreciate you joining us. And let's talk about that market out there. So the last time we talked to you was several months ago, and you told us it was really a job seekers market. Is that still the same? And from your perspective, and how important is that LinkedIn profile these days?
It's a great question. The market continues to be very exciting right now. Things are really changing. As you've seen, some big companies have had layoffs, things are changing. But we actually do a poll each month called the Recruiter Index. And we found for our latest poll that sentiment is up among both job seekers and recruiters. And as you know, the unemployment rate continues to be relatively low, considering everything going on in the market. So I think it's a great time to continue looking, and LinkedIn is a great place to start.
So many of us have LinkedIn profiles, and a lot of times, we're unsure exactly, at least I am, of what to exactly post on LinkedIn. I mainly contain it to professional skills, professional workplace, not something that's silly. I'll put that on other social media platforms, but only strictly with work-based stuff do I put on LinkedIn. Am I doing right? What's the best way to really enhance your LinkedIn profile?
Yes, you are. So first of all, I hear from lots of job seekers who say, do I really have to do LinkedIn? Is it really that important? And yes, it is, especially if you have a job that's kind of a desk job. LinkedIn is critical. And I agree with you. Social things are meant for Facebook. LinkedIn is for professional. LinkedIn has a lot of different uses. So one thing to keep in mind is that a lot of recruiters actually use LinkedIn to find candidates. I have heard from a ton of job seekers over the last year who've gotten cold calls from recruiters that are interested to interview them for jobs. And those interviews actually turn out to be jobs. But the way the recruiters found them very often was by looking at their LinkedIn profile. So what you want to keep in mind is that when a recruiter is looking for someone on LinkedIn, they actually search. They have a special tool where they can sort of search through LinkedIn profiles. So you want to be sure that yours is up to date. You want to have your current job, all of your current skills. There's a headline that you want to be sure to fill out because that actually helps you to go sort of up in the search rankings in LinkedIn. And you want to have a picture because you want to show those recruiters and the employers that you are a real person and that you're really there looking for a job.
So many people will reach out on LinkedIn to try and network with other professionals. Is that a good or bad idea? What are the parameters of networking on LinkedIn?
I love networking on LinkedIn, but you have to do it the right way. You don't want to come across like a spammer. You don't want to be bothering people. But it is a good way to reach out. And very often it can be a good way to research a company and see if you can find who the hiring manager is or who the other people are that work at that company. I think that is a really solid way to use LinkedIn. If you want to reach out and mention that you've seen a job posting that you're interested in and you'd love to ask more questions, or that you'd love to sort of share a little bit about your background, I think that's great. Assuming that LinkedIn is sort of like your one-stop shop to getting free meetings all day, every day is kind of a bad tactic to be taking. But I think, LinkedIn can be an excellent source. There are also a lot of groups on LinkedIn that you can join that are specific to sort of industry or job function. And it's a great way to meet other people that are in your industry and to really connect with them. But I think last but not least, there's an entire section of jobs that are posted on LinkedIn. So if you're looking for a job, you can actually go and look up jobs at all different companies, not just LinkedIn, but many different companies, and find a fit for what you're looking for, and then you can actually apply. So it's interesting because you can use it in a lot of different ways, to stay in touch with people you've worked with, to make new connections, and then to apply for things you'd like to do in the future.
Great advice, Angela. What about the do's and don'ts? I get people coming to me saying, I don't know if I'm posting too much on LinkedIn or if I'm not posting enough. You don't want to bother people, but at the same time, you want to get your name and brand out there. Are there some good do's and don'ts that people should be following?
Absolutely. You touched on one, which is really keep it professional. When you have your photo that you're uploading, make sure that it is just you and that it's recent. I've seen pictures in the past of people that are in a wedding dress or that are at a party or have a drink in their hand. That is not a LinkedIn photo. So there are things like that you want to keep in mind. You want to, again, keep your profile up to date. I would say keep in mind, though, that if there are certain things that are confidential about your job or your company, don't post those in your LinkedIn. Have discretion. Again, don't reach out to people too often. If you are posting, you can actually share posts similar to Facebook. You can kind of share updates on LinkedIn. And I would keep those to things that are truly useful information to the folks that you're connected to. You don't want to be posting sort of random things that you might otherwise see on a site like Facebook. And I would also follow sort of social etiquette norms where you're not talking about things like politics, religion, money right on your LinkedIn. Think of it almost like a dinner party where you only know these people so well and you're there to make a good first impression, but it's got to be kind of surfacey to some degree.
LinkedIn has certain levels, premium, the free membership. When should we go for the premium?
It's a good question. The good news is they have a trial, and I always suggest to job seekers sign up for the trial and see what you think about it. You can get away with not having it, but if you are actively looking for a job, sometimes signing up for the paid service can be helpful. The big feature that I think is really useful to job seekers is that it allows you to send what's called an in-mail. And that means that you can send kind of like an email within LinkedIn, but to folks that you don't otherwise know or you're not already connected to. And each month, if you have a paid subscription, you're allocated, I believe it's maybe 5 in-mails that you can send, and that can really help you as you're applying. To me, that's really the biggest difference, although I do think it's possible that LinkedIn tends to prioritize the paid members above the non-paid members when it comes to applications and other, communications within LinkedIn. So I think there's a slight advantage, and it's not too terribly expensive, but I would start out with the free trial because you can certainly get away with using that.
You mentioned earlier about your picture, make sure you have a picture on there. And I'm curious, a lot of times people don't know the kind of picture. Do you want a picture where you're sitting at a cubicle? Do you want a picture where, it's like a glamour shot? Can you give a little clarity on the picture?
It's a great question. When it comes to your picture, it doesn't have to be some professional photo that you hire a photographer to take. You can have a family member or a friend take it, and you could take it with a phone even. But it does need to be, a shirt or a dress that you would wear in a professional environment. And you want to have good lighting. You want to have the picture be recent, and be sort of in a space where there are not other people around in that photo with you. And it should primarily be your face. Those would be the guidelines I'd really try to stick to with the photo.
This has been fantastic, Angela. Really appreciate the insight here. Anything else you want to mention before we let you go?
No, I think, if you're ready to look for a job, start now, because it can take months and you don't want to put it off. And, I would say one of the biggest fears job seekers have is, gosh, what if I get that job offer and it's not for me? But if it's not for you, you can just turn it down and keep going. So start looking.
How long would you say that it takes someone to get a job in this market?
Oh, it's such a good question, because so often as a job seeker, you'll get feedback from your family and friends who just can't believe that you don't have a job yet. It really depends. At an executive level, it could take 3 to 6 months to go through an interview process once you find the right job. But sometimes if you're sort of like in an entry level position, say right out of college, that process could just take a few weeks or maybe 1 to 2 months. But first, you've got to get in front of that hiring manager, and that takes time. It takes persistence. So, get out there and start applying now.
Angela Copeland, thanks so much. We appreciate the insight each and every time we talk. Thanks for taking a few minutes with us today.
Thank you.
Amanda Hansen back here in the Action News 5 digital desk. So car prices, as you can remember, they skyrocketed during the pandemic back in 2020, and then they remained high for over 3 years. But the latest data coming from iSeeCars shows that prices are coming down. They've been coming down over the past 6 months on both new and used models. And so we want to know more about the market right now, the trends that are being seen out there. So joining us here on the Action News 5 digital desk is auto expert Carl Brower with iSeeCars. Carl, good morning.
Good morning. Great to be on with you.
I'm glad to have this conversation because I myself is someone that actually is in the market to buy a new vehicle right now. I held off because prices had been so high like we were talking about, so I was kind of trying to wait it out as long as I could. So let's just talk about, is now a good time to think about buying a car?
Yes, it's becoming a better time, and there's a lot of people in the same position you were in, Amanda, where they really had to wait and wanted to wait because they could tell prices were a little crazy. And we're seeing that moderate now, and we're now watching prices come back to where they should be, and we're seeing some balance between supply and demand. The new car production is back to normal, and now we're able to supply enough new cars that dealers can't ask crazy prices and still get them.
Yeah, I remember back when people were trying to sell their cars. If they were selling their car, they were getting, incredible prices for trading in their car, that sort of thing. So I guess why are prices coming down right now? And then what do you expect will happen over the next 6 to 12 months from now?
Yeah, we've just finally gotten new car production back to where it wasn't during the pandemic. And there was a big backlog of demand that built over that time. So it's not that we're back to normal now. We're still above pre-pandemic pricing, but we now at least have clear indications that it's moderating and that it's coming down, and that people who've been waiting a long time, like yourself, can at least start considering a purchase now. And some cars there's already some really good deals out there and some great value out there. The cars behind me are both examples of really great values that you can get right now today.
That's good to know. And yeah, I have been trying to wait it out as long as I can. I still keep my eye on just what's out there, what the prices look like. And I think people are always asking, when is a good time to buy? Is there a certain time of the year? I mean, is the summer one of those times?
End of summer, beginning of fall is when traditionally the next model years are coming out, which means that if there's any left over, and there weren't in the past years, there weren't enough new cars to have any left over. But now it's possible, and if you do your research before you leave the house, you could find leftover 23s potentially on dealer lots and maybe have a little more bargaining power that you didn't have the last couple of years, but now you would this time of year.
So talking about that bargaining power, is there a way to maximize your deal or maybe be able to kind of talk down a price? Are these sellers open to that? What kind of tips would you give for those that are listening this morning?
Well, the great thing about today's world is that we've got this technology where you can sit in your house and you can go on a website like iSeeCars.com and see all the cars that are listed and see what the price is. But you'll also know what the market value is on those cars and whether the price is too high or too low. Sites like iSeeCars.com, they'll tell you right on them what the good deals are and where maybe the fair or bad deals are. So before you ever leave your house, you should have full knowledge of the market value of the car that you're looking to buy, what you should pay. And when you go to the dealer, if they won't work with you, look for other dealers. And again, sometimes you might want to expand your geography where you're considering looking for the car that you're going to buy. And if you have to travel a little bit, but you save thousands of dollars, it could be worth it.
Can you talk, before we wrap things up, can we just kind of say, what are the big things people that are either looking to buy or sell a car, what advice would you have? What are the top things you would tell them as they move forward?
If you can be flexible on which car you're interested in, if you have a car targeted and you think that's the one you want, but you realize the prices are high, Today, there are deals out there. There weren't deals for years. Now, cars are still relatively expensive compared to pre-pandemic, but there are pockets of deals available. And if you do your research and you're willing to maybe consider multiple models, you might be surprised to find that certain cars that serve you just as well as the original one you targeted are costing less. And that means you can get a better deal that you couldn't have a year or two ago. So research, knowledge is power, and you can do it before you ever leave your house if you just go online and you go to these car sites.
Well, Carl, this has been some great information, and it's been informative for me, who is in the market right now. So I appreciate you so much for your time and sharing your knowledge.
Absolutely. Great being on with you. Take care.
Good morning, everyone. Andrew Douglas on the Action News 5 digital desk on a fantastic day. It is mid-August. Usually temperatures are unbearable at this point, but we have a nice, cool, and comfortable 69 degrees in Midtown Memphis. And the bearer of good news is our friend Patrick Ellis. He's talking about where some temperatures in some communities might not reach 80 today. Patrick, that sounds amazing.
I'm going to go find one of those communities. It's like, 82 in Memphis doesn't sound half bad, but if I can go run up the road right quick, go up to like Atoka or Munford or Brighton or Covington and be 78, I'm going to take the chance, okay? The weather looks to be fantastic the next couple of days, Andrew. It looks like we are going to have a little preview of fall for a few days, but don't get used to it. I don't want you to go out there putting out your pumpkin spice, everything at your house, or the hay bales and the pumpkins and the scarecrows and everything. We're not there yet. Besides, it's still August. You know it's going to get hot again, and it will get hot again soon enough. Here's a live look outside from our High 5 camera. This is coming from the University of Memphis. Temperatures this morning are starting off pretty comfortable. Again, we've clicked back up to 70 degrees officially at Memphis International, 65 in West Memphis, 64 Somerville, 69 in Potts Camp, Hickory Flat, Holly Springs. We're 65 in Dyersburg and down up towards New Bern this morning, 64 Osceola and Blytheville, and we're 64 degrees in Mariana this morning, 68 in Clarksdale. You probably extrapolate that for our friends over in Helena, West Helena as well. So from here, we'll work away from the 60s to low 70s, back into the upper 70s and low 80s today. That dry air is going to win out. It will feel very comfortable today. Tons of sunshine and a few passing clouds here or there, but no rain showers to go along with it. Notice the winds picking up a bit out of the north and northwest, around 10 to 15, maybe 20 miles per hour at times. Again, ushering in that cooler air, keeping us dry, and the weather pretty calm for us as we go through the day. Of course, that drier air sticks around the next few days, all the way through about Thursday. Then a little spike comes in here by Friday that could lend itself to a chance for a few passing showers. Can't rule it out completely. Those chances are going to be less than 10% for the time being. There is a front that will likely push through the area sometime during the latter half of Friday into early Saturday. So it wouldn't be surprising to catch a shower, but many spots will likely remain dry, and we will get a reinforcing shot of some drier air, at least briefly, but not as dry as what we're dealing with here in the short term. And it's not just for us. Look at the region. I mean, like if you go out to Nashville, you go out towards East Tennessee as well. The weather pretty nice. Louisville, Kentucky from the upper 70s here today, back to the mid 80s by Thursday. Chicago, Illinois in the 70s, back into the low 80s as we head through the next few days. And even Jackson, Mississippi, 2 days in a row, 105 degrees actual air temperature. Low 90s today in Jackson don't sound half bad. I know my friends down there have been struggling. It's been a lot. They might get a little extra push of cooler air as the front works its way farther south. 88 by Wednesday, back to the mid 90s by Thursday. It looks like 100-degree temperatures will be back in those locations in central and south Mississippi, into Louisiana as well, heading into the next few days. And also, you notice Dallas and Fort Worth in the mid 90s. That's a cool down. 108 by Thursday. So yes, the heat is going to start to crank back up eventually, but in the short term, hey, our weather looks pretty nice. Frontal bender down to the south, temperatures rebounding to the upper 70s and low 80s here today. Lots of sunshine, maybe a passing cloud or two, but most spots likely to stay dry and quiet and clear. Maybe a few pockets in the upper 50s, outlying areas. So if you're heading up towards Brownsville, Alamo, maybe places like Brighton and Covington, you might catch a few spots in the upper 50s tomorrow morning. Not completely off of the table. That's some good stuff there to start off on your Wednesday, right? We'll get back into the lower 80s. A few mid 80s can't be ruled out. Passing clouds coming from the north and east as the winds snap around to the east northeast. As we go into your Thursday, looks like the winds will stick around in that easterly fashion. Temperatures in the 60s early on will rebound back up through the 80s. A few passing clouds from time to time as a front approaches us. that could approach us and kick up a shower by Friday. But most spots will probably stay dry. We have not put a chance for rain on the forecast, except for, if you were to look deep into the forecast on the Action News 5 First Alert Weather app, I do have a small 5% rain chance in force for Friday. I won't put it on the 7 days just because of the fact that it right now looks to be mostly dry, but we can't rule it out completely as another front approaches us that we can squeeze out enough moisture for a shower. But notice the moisture values are pretty slim here. They're pretty low the next couple of days. We get a brief spike, and there's just not a lot of moisture return to get a ton of rain to come in here during that time frame. And beyond that, it looks like we dry things back out. High pressure builds back in here for the weekend. So you've got weekend plans. Good stuff there. It will get warmer, back to the low 90s on Saturday, middle 90s Sunday and Monday. And in this feedback loop, Andrew, while we are dry, that is going to be a detriment to us at some point in time, okay? Because eventually, with all the sunshine, we're going to dry out the soil, which then in turn will dry out our moisture values in the atmosphere that will eventually dry us out and allow for temperatures to warm up pretty efficiently amount that dry air. So what you're seeing down in South Mississippi, which has been very hot temperatures the last couple weeks because of that drying out process, some of that may begin to make its way into the Mid-South. We're not going to be as hot as that, but still middle 90s, still going to be plenty hot, and that starts next week, and probably throughout much of next week we'll be in the middle to even some upper 90s.
So what you're saying, Patrick, is basically we need to enjoy what we have right now because this week's going to be great.
Yes. I put it on my Facebook. I was like, these 3 days right here, fantastic. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, get out there and enjoy yourself, okay? Now, Friday's not bad. It ain't bad, okay? It could be worse. But beyond that, we start to get back into that heat, and the humidity will start to draw back in here as well heading into next week. So you're definitely going to notice the difference through the weekend into next week. We'll get there when we get there, but for the time being, let's enjoy the cooler weather while we have it.
Absolutely agree. Patrick Ellis, appreciate it, man. Thanks for the good news.
All right, well, I want to talk about something pretty interesting. You know, there's a lot of people that are just high performers, high achievers, and they have so many positive traits. I mean, the discipline, the resilience, focus, vision. But sometimes those people that achieve these great things also can kind of get into their head and self-sabotage. And so we want to talk about these things because I think a lot of times the biggest thing is just being aware that you're doing this and then knowing how to respond to that sort of thing. So joining me now to help kind of shed some light on this topic is Sherry Riley. She is a best-selling author and a high-performance life coach. And I know that you work with like the NBA Coaches Association, all kinds of different organizations like that. So you're well-versed on this topic. So let's just kind of talk about just some of the characteristics of those high achievers and then how sometimes they can kind of get in their own way, right?
In this age of, being a high performer, knowing how to go after what you want to achieve, there's also that downside of using too much of that drive. And a lot of times the confidence does not stay in alignment with the drive. So what I always say is we have the drive to succeed. Drive is what pushes us to achieve. Confidence is who we are when we get there.
And I know you have a list of 6 ways that high achievers are their own worst enemy. Can we kind of go through that list and just talk about what some of those are? Because like I was mentioning earlier, just being aware can sometimes help you make a change in maybe some of the things you're doing.
Yes, one of the first ones is we have to stop spending 100% of our time on 10% of who we are. That is what allows many high achievers to accomplish their great goals. And so there's this fallacy that if I just work in this 10%, then everything else through osmosis is going to be great in my life. And so we have to be very intentional that personal development is a key to developing and really emphasizing with the intention that other 90% of who we are. And when we do that, it allows us to be more empowered in our healthy life decisions. Because many times we also get to that place of success and realize we don't even know who we are. One of the other keys is ways that we self-sabotage as high achievers is We lead with this idea that we are entitled to our success because we work so hard versus accountability for the success that we achieve. And what happens with that is we get to this place where our ego minimizes who we hear, who we listen to. And that also stops us from growing so that we become better people, not just better in our profession. One of the other keys that I think is really most critical is we don't take time to self-assess. We begin to believe that all of our external success is the total magnitude of who we are. And again, as I said earlier, our skill and talent will take us to levels of success that our character can't sustain, meaning our decision making, how we self-assess the situation, how we're able to manage opportunities and distractions. And so that's when you see a high performer make a decision that you're looking at them like, how could you destroy all that you've worked for based on this bad decision? And that's because, again, our skill and talent would take us to levels of success that our character can't sustain.
This is super interesting to kind of dive into. You know, for one, like you were mentioning, sometimes being kind of in your own lane and not taking advice from other people, because I know in my career field, a lot of the younger generation that's coming in, they have a lot more information about technology and how they're implementing that in the field. And then, you know, everybody has something to bring to the table. And I think you can kind of take a piece of that, like you said, and help you to grow as well. And it's also one of those things, from what I'm hearing from you, it's just balance, because sometimes you get so hyper focused on this one thing that you, like you said, you lose yourself, and it kind of just creates this ripple effect, right?
Well, you highlighted two things. Two other ways is social, this age of technology and just communicating through technology. And what I say all the time is we don't know how to be social in the age of social media. And so what happens is we spend so much time with technology, with high performers, that we lose how to communicate. And so there's so many ways our lack of social communication because of social media puts us in positions where we're misinterpreted. So that communicating just through technology, we need to really expand and be more intentional about how we engage socially. And then you also touched on another with work-life balance. And what I say is work-life balance is a myth. In my book, Exponential Living, I literally, in the first 68 pages, talk about it being a myth. It's really about that work-life integration. And when we really identify what's most important. And it's really hard when you're a high performer because you've spent so much time developing your skill that we lose sight of really what's most important. And when we stop and self-assess, we start to really speak about our values, which is family, right? Many times our faith. But when we look at where we spend our time is not in alignment with what we say we value. And so as a high performer, we have to really reassess, not work-life balance, but more of that full life integration, and answer the question, what is most important? And when we get crystal clear on what's most important, then we make our decisions through that lens. If it's family, then we're able to make decisions where our family is first, and then we allow our business and our professional decisions to be amplified through that lens of family first. So where we get out of sync emotionally is we say family is our most important value, but when we look at our time, when we look at our intention, family is usually last on the list. And that's what causes that internal conflict that many high performers are challenged with. And one of the greatest areas of growth for high performers is they've achieved so much externally, but they have this huge void internally. And that's where we began to experience that depression, or really feeling out of sync and not performing at our highest level because we have that void and we think that more work will fill it, when the truth of the matter is it really is about making what's most important most important.
That's a good point, too, because a lot of times people, especially with the social media world these days, and you see these people achieving all these things, they post it, and then, like you said, they're doing all of these things, but at the same time, a lot of times there's that void. And, you know, I know you're a high performance life coach. Is this something you run into a lot? What is the biggest thing that people come to you saying that stands out?
Oh my goodness. Yes, because they create a persona for social media. And then many times it's not in alignment with who they are and what they value in their own personal life. And so they get lost in, how do I continue to be this high performer or position myself in a way that isn't in alignment with really who I am? And so what I really work with on my clients is, how do we change the conversation in our own heads? That's one of the first places we have to start, because many times what we're pursuing is peace. And we think that external success, financial stability, a fabulous relationship or family is going to give us that peace. And one of the greatest challenges for a high performer is to reach all the levels of success they've worked so hard to get to and realize that they're miserable. And so we have to really stop and really evaluate what's most important. And the most important thing is their inner peace. And when we get to that place of recognizing that money will never give you peace, accolades and success will never give you peace, we have to pursue the peace first. And then that empowers us to really fully enjoy the experiences of our success. And that's really where I start with my high performers, is really with that conversation in their own head, so that they can begin to really self-assess what's most important, and then make sure that they do the personal development work so that who they are professionally and who they desire to be personally absolutely align with each other.
And I think it's so important to self-assess, you know, because a lot of times you have a hard time even putting into words how you feel, why you feel, how you fix it, and that sort of thing. So sometimes taking that step back and almost kind of taking a step back, stopping, smelling the roses, where you realize, okay, this is where I need to start making changes, and this is, you know, what's causing this problem. Is that something that you agree with?
Absolutely. Gratitude heals so much of our angst, so much of our anxiety, and so much of our fears. It's just gratitude. And with a lot of my clients, they've worked so hard to achieve their success that they've never just stopped and enjoyed where they were. And one of the areas of growth that we really focus on is never allow what you want to achieve to rob you of what you've already accomplished. Never allow what you want to achieve to rob you of the joy of what you've already accomplished. And so many times it's just allowing them a safe place to stop and enjoy the success that they've achieved while still being hungry and driven for that next level of success. And that all starts with that gratitude and really being able to appreciate what they've accomplished. Because many times the challenge is, if I stop and enjoy where I am, then I'll lose that fire. I'll lose that drive. I'll lose that passion that pushed me to get to this level of success. And what I always help them understand is, no, gratitude allows you to reboot. Right? All of our technology, our computers, our phones, our iPads, in order for them to be their most productive, they have to stop. They have to reboot. And that's what I help them understand, is that gratitude is just that reboot that allows you to reignite that passion, but in a more healthy way.
I think so many people can relate to this. And I think one of the biggest things that I struggle with, that I try to make a point of doing more, is just being fully present in what I'm experiencing. Because sometimes you get so caught up in life that you're not even fully present or fully appreciating some of those moments. Is that, I mean, do you kind of understand what I'm saying with that?
That is one of the greatest challenges, is this myth about multitasking, is that we have to be, and it's hard because when you are a high performer, and you can definitely relate to this, is you're always, pressed and stressed and concerned about what's next, or you're evaluating what did I do wrong and how do I do better from what happened in the past, where our most powerful place is in the present. And what I help my clients with is that whether you're at work or at home, your presence is not enough. You have to be present. And many times we think our presence is enough. Well, I'm here, but I'm on my phone. I'm thinking about this. I'm more concerned with that. I'm trying to, be on social media to do this. and we're missing what's right in front of us. And that's where the anxiety amplifies, is because we're not present. And so the essence of exponential living is pursuing peace, choosing clarity, and living courageously. Because when we commit to being present, that's where that inner peace is our power. And when we commit to that peace, that's when we get clarity. A lot of times with high performers, because we have so many responsibilities, we're just not clear. And so we've got to focus on our peace, which gives us clarity. And then when you bring that peace and that clarity together, that's when you have the courage to do that inner work. That's when you have the courage to stop spending 100% of your time on 10% of who you are, the courage to self-assess, the courage to understand communication outside of technology, the courage to understand that you've got to lead through accountability and not entitlement. And so when we get to that place of peace and clarity, that's when we have the courage to make sure that these 6 ways that high performers can self-sabotage, we eliminate those and be more productive in every area of our life. And that's really the goal, is to be the best you, not just the best career you or sports you or athlete you, but to be the best you in every area of your life.
Sherry, this has been a great conversation. I think it's helpful to so many people, myself included. Is there anything else you want to make sure to hit home about before we let you go?
Well, I would definitely say these 6 ways of self-sabotaging, I really spend more time and give more insight in my book, Exponential Living, Stop Spending 100% of Your Time on 10% of Who You Are, where I share the 9 principles that really serve as the how. How do we really show up and really be intentional about eliminating all those areas of self-sabotage so that we can really experience exponential living?
Sherry Riley, author and high performance life coach. I've really appreciated having you on here today, and you have a good one, all right?
Thank you. You too.
Now, the value of a second opinion, boy, that is such a value. You can't put a price on that. And it doesn't matter what you're doing, whether it's getting a value for a piece of work that you need done at your home, or something with regards to your car, for example. Or what about your health? Getting a second opinion on your health is so important. And I want to talk to Dr. Peter Rasmussen about the value of second opinions this morning. Dr. Peter Rasmussen is on the Action News 5 digital desk. How are you, Doctor?
Hey, good morning.
Good morning. So let's talk about the issue. We're having some audio problems or video problems with one of the patients we were going to talk to, Sally Schuler. But I want to talk to you about how important it is to get a second opinion. It feels like in any kind of field, but specifically in the health field, right?
Yeah, you know, medicine is very complex these days, and there's an enormous amount of data and research that happens all the time. It's estimated that the health knowledge doubles every 30 days. Physicians can't possibly keep on top of all of that. And it's very important, if you're facing a serious health problem or you have a chronic disease, to seek out the best expert you possibly can who has the deepest knowledge about your particular condition. Frequently, patients find the best doctor locally. But occasionally, if you have a question in your mind about how you're doing with your care, or are there other options to treatments and major surgeries, it's worth getting a second opinion from an expert who's got deep knowledge in your particular concern.
I should mention, Dr. Rasmussen, you're the Chief Clinical Officer at the clinic by the Cleveland Clinic. And I understand the Cleveland Clinic did a heart health survey, and there were some key findings out of it. Can you speak a little bit about what those key findings were?
As you know, the Cleveland Clinic has been ranked #1 in cardiac care in the United States for more than 25 years now, and we put a lot of emphasis on cardiac care. We recently surveyed over 1,000 Americans to take a look at eating habits of folks principally in the Cleveland area, but also nationally. And we found that there was about 1/3 of the patients who even had significant cardiac disease that were not knowledgeable or were not able to follow a heart-healthy diet. And more than 40% of patients were not doing appropriate exercise for their cardiac condition. Patients cited the cost of healthy food as being one of the major barriers to pursuing a heart-healthy diet.
Yeah. Doctor, this is the key findings are interesting. It was the cost of healthy food, biggest barrier to eating healthy. Fast food diet is, some Americans think that is healthy. And then you have some with, heart disease or a family history of heart disease. They struggle to eat healthy in social situations. And most Americans misunderstand how much diet affects losing weight more than exercise. Did any of these key findings surprise you?
Not really. I see this every day in my practice. As you know, obesity is a significant problem in the United States and around the world. And most patients tell me that they have trouble exercising for a variety of reasons and can't lose weight. For any of us who've been successful in losing weight, the thing that's most obvious is actually what your diet is and not how much exercise you're doing. And people can have good success losing weight with a variety of different diets. A Mediterranean diet is very good for heart health. If you're looking to just lose weight and you've got general good health otherwise, folks can have a good success with ketogenic diets or carnivore, so-called carnivore diets, ones that are designed to really lower the amount of carbohydrate or energy that you're putting in your body. I think it's important to identify the kind of diet that works best for your health concerns and your particular metabolism. In my particular practice, I find that men do quite well with low carbohydrate or ketogenic diets, and females in general don't do quite as well as men do with that one. But that can lead to significant weight loss in a short period of time. When you're thinking about a heart-healthy diet, it's important to try to pursue the 3 Bs. You want to have low blood pressure, you want to have low blood sugar, and low bad cholesterol. Those should be your goals when you're trying to manage your diet in terms of a heart-healthy lifestyle.
I like that, Doctor, the 3 Bs. All right. Going back to my original question, getting that second opinion, a lot of people out there, they feel like, well, yeah, I should get a second opinion, but I don't really have the time to go and see a doctor. But, in the age of telemedicine, getting a second opinion, especially a virtual second opinion, can work just as fine as any other second opinion. I'm referring to Sally Schuler, who had a virtual second opinion, and it was so successful with her because she ended up needing surgery, and it saved her life getting that virtual second opinion.
Yeah, there's no question about it. Medical data now is almost always digitized, whether it's an electronic health record or medical imaging. It's all stored on the cloud or on servers somewhere, and it becomes quite relatively easy to transmit medical data from one site to another. And when you're starting with a diagnosis and you've had a lot of testing and laboratory work done, that can easily be transmitted to an expert somewhere else. Fortunately, most states in the U.S. do allow for intermittent second opinions across state lines, which is what Sally was able to avail herself of. And our expert was able to review her local testing results and listen to the description of what her concerns were and able to provide her with a different direction from what her local physicians were indicating to her. Sometimes patients are concerned about getting a second opinion and that they don't want to offend their original doctor. In my practice, if a patient ever voices that kind of concern, I strongly encourage them to get a second opinion because I want to be their partner in their health care. If they're not 100% certain about what I'm doing is the right thing for them, I do want to encourage them to have someone else take a look at them because I want to have confidence that the two of us are working together as a team. So local physicians shouldn't really feel threatened or concerned about having a patient seek a second opinion. The outcome of second opinion can be a change in a recommendation for a different treatment plan, or we might recommend exactly the same thing as your local physician do, and in that sense, then you can approach your local care plan with more confidence than you ever did.
Dr. Rasmussen, any final thoughts before we let you go? This has been very helpful to our viewers.
I see the value of second opinions every day in patients who seek virtual second opinions through our program. I think, generally speaking, patients do not get second opinions often enough. If you're faced with a major health crisis, major surgery, and you've got the opportunity of a little bit of time to get a second opinion, whether it's in person or remotely, I strongly encourage you to do that, because frequently there are options for your care and your situation that you may not know about.
All right, Dr. Peter Rasmussen, the Chief Clinical Officer at the clinic by the Cleveland Clinic. We appreciate your time this morning. You really helped our viewers. Thanks so very much.
Thank you.
Okay, Andrew Douglas here in the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Good morning to you. There are so many reasons to purchase a home right now. It continues to be home ownership. Continues to be the catalyst for Americans to bring generational wealth. So let's talk about some of the trends that we are seeing right now in the real estate market. We have Jessica Lotz, Deputy Chief Economist, Vice President of Research of the National Association of Realtors. She is joining us on the digital desk. Jessica, good morning to you. What trends are agents currently seeing when it comes to real estate, both buying and selling? Good morning.
Good morning. It's good to be here. So right now it's a really interesting market. We do see that we have incredibly low housing inventory, and there's a lot of housing demand from consumers who've been waiting on the sidelines trying to find that perfect home. As a result, because of that, we're seeing that home sellers are typically receiving 3 offers, and they're often receiving multiple bid situations that are pushing the asking price of the home. A third of home sellers are receiving more than the asking price of that home.
That is amazing. Wow. Okay. So I know that the National Association of Realtors recently released a second quarter Metro home prices report. Can you give us some insights on that report for us?
So what we're seeing in your local area is we're actually seeing that home prices are flat on an annual basis. There's actually no change to home prices year over year. I have to say, though, that this is actually an encouraging sign for home buyers who may have seen interest rates go up in recent months, who really want to find a home and had seen home prices actually skyrocketing within your state because of the strong interest to move to the state of Tennessee. It's actually one of the most popular states in the nation to move to. So home prices in your local area pushing up to $288,000.
I love that. I mean, I love that. I think that's great. And, you know, usually we all know this, that purchasing a home is typically the largest financial transaction a person will experience in their lifetime. You mentioned the return on investment for middle income for those people that you mentioned in Tennessee. Can you tell us maybe some overall trends over the last decade for those, you know, middle income homeowners? What are we seeing in terms of their trends?
Absolutely. So for middle income homeowners, and this is the typical price home, the typical homeowner stays in their home for about 10 years. And what we actually see is that they gain $200,000 in housing wealth. Now, we know that each local area could be different, but that's a tremendous amount of housing wealth to move on to their next property, to have retirement savings for, to even tap so that their young children in the future could actually buy their next home as well.
So I'm curious, we know interest rates have gone a little bit higher, certainly higher than a year ago, and a housing inventory shortage. I mean, what are you giving your clients looking to buy a home in this market?
Right. It is very difficult right now when we see interest rates close to 7%, especially knowing how low they had been in the recent past. And that's difficult both for home buyers to actually understand what they can afford today versus what they could have afforded a year ago. But it's important to note, too, that we do expect that interest rates are going to go down towards the end of the year. And as we expect that interest rates will go down, there's going to be more competition in the marketplace. So right now could be that more favorable market for that potential buyer. For sellers, though, they also could be saying, I'm just going to stay put. Maybe I'll remodel because I don't want to actually move as interest rates are at this higher rate now.
Are in terms of, I don't know if you can hear me, but are there any resources for home buyers or potential home buyers that they can use to make the right decision? We have thousands of people that join us each and every morning, and I know that they'd want to go online perhaps to check out a place and maybe do their own research.
Absolutely. Check out realtor.com. You can find a local expert who can help you navigate this home buying process, which can be very complicated today, and they can help you navigate your local area.
Okay, Jessica Lotz, Deputy Chief, I should say, Economist, Vice President of Research for the National Association of Realtors. We really appreciate your time this morning. Very informative, very interesting, and something that I know is going to make a lot of people happy this morning. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Thanks for joining us here on ActionNews5.com, as well as the Action News 5 digital properties and Action News 5 Plus 5.5. Of course, as you're getting out the door here today, the weather fantastic across the Mid-South. Enjoying some lower humidity, a light north breeze, and cooler temperatures. Of course, yesterday got up to 94 degrees here in the Mid-South. Today, nowhere close to that. Some spots may even fail to even hit 80 degrees. A lot of spots, though, upper 70s and low 80s. Lots of sunshine. A couple of passing clouds will make their way through the region. Amid that northerly to northwesterly wind coming in here. Around 10 to 15, some gusts around 20, not out of the realm of possibility here today, but most spots not looking half bad here on your Tuesday. Winds will go mostly calm tonight. That will allow for the temperatures to drop off like a rock in a pond as we have those lower humidity values. And not only that, we're dealing with clear skies, so we don't have a blanket to keep our temperatures super warm across much of the area. So a little drop in humidity even going into tomorrow comparatively to today, and then we start to creep back up heading towards the end of the week. It won't get terrible, let's say it like that. It won't get to the point to where it's just downright disgustingly hot, at least in the short term, but towards the end of this forecast, we'll get to the point to where it's getting plenty toasty outside yet again. But this rare August front dropping in here, feeling much more like shades of fall, late September, early October, with high temperatures in the lower 80s, getting back to the mid 80s by Thursday. And it's not just here, again, it's regionally. You've got temperatures in the upper 70s in Kansas City, getting back to the middle to upper 80s as we head through Wednesday and Thursday. Even Louisville, Kentucky, 77 today, 81 Wednesday, back to the mid 80s by Thursday. Notice down to the south, Jackson, Mississippi, yesterday, for the second day in a row, 105 degree temperature, actual air temperature, not the heat index. Only getting down into the low 90s for highs on Tuesday, maybe in the upper 80s by Wednesday as the front makes progress down to the south. But notice right behind that, back to 95, and even out towards Dallas and Fort Worth, you got temperatures coming down mid 90s Tuesday, Wednesday, back to 108 degrees. And of course, that ridge of high pressure that has been baking places like Texas and Louisiana, South Mississippi, South Alabama, even Mobile, Alabama, approaching 100 degrees the last couple of days as well. It's hard to hit 100 degrees really down there in Mobile. I think the record high all time is 105. And of course, you just go up the road 3.5 hours up to Jackson. They've been hitting it, pretty consistently. Here's a look at our futurecast. Our weather pretty quiet across the Mid-South, upper 70s and lower 80s. Again, shades of fall across the Mid-South, and not just here locally. You head up towards Cape Girardeau in the upper 70s here today, near 80 in Fayetteville, Arkansas, and the middle 80s down towards Little Rock and Pine Bluff, 80 degrees Nashville, low 80s out towards Huntsville, Alabama. We've got temperatures coming down into the 60s into much of the Mid-South. There could be a couple of cooler pockets trying to eke out maybe 60, 59, 58 degrees for a little bit of time. Probably get down into that in some of the higher elevations over in northwest Arkansas, 55 in Fayetteville, 60 in Cape Girardeau, and low 60s down towards Pine Bluff. Then a mixture of sunshine and clouds again for your Wednesday. High temperatures in the lower to a few mid 80s. And middle to maybe an upper 80, trying to get in there by the time we head towards the afternoon hours of your Thursday. As a frontal boundary approaches us, that front may squeeze out a shower or two in a couple spots, but many spots likely to stay dry in the 7-day forecast. So we'll keep sunshine the theme all the way through that 7-day. Rain chances near or at zero. I'd say near because there might be a shower sneaking in here late Friday into Saturday as that front moves into the region. So it may squeeze out a rogue shower just the amount of moisture that may be sitting in the atmosphere. That will knock the numbers back just a little bit when it comes down to humidity, but it will be brief because the southerly winds will kick back in here through the end of the weekend, start of next week. And with that being said, the temperatures will come back up as well. The big impact for us probably in the next couple of days is that as we stay quiet underneath high pressure, dry air dry ground will become a bit more prevalent, and that is going to add in a feedback loop, and that's going to bring our temperatures up as we head towards next week. And it looks like next week's forecast likely to the middle and even some upper 90s on a pretty regular basis through next week. So let's enjoy the fall-like preview. For now, it's not going to stay here for long, so don't go outside with your pumpkin spice lattes and your pumpkins out on your front porch, because they will be done toast very quickly as the heat cranks up here as we head towards the end of the weekend and into next week.
Okay, so Memphis Mayor Jim Strickland is sharing his frustration after a weekend of violence in downtown Memphis. Video captured dangerous stunts, disruptive late-night noise, and fights with police early Sunday morning. Mayor Strickland talked with us about traffic control in downtown Memphis and why the city's plan to put the brakes on driving around in circles is not currently in effect.
Well, unbeknownst to me, 30 to 60 days ago, that plan was changed because some owners of bars on Beale Street asked that it be changed because they felt like it was inhibiting their business. So that plan needs to be reinstituted.
So Mayor Strickland says Memphis Police Chief C.J. Davis is working with the Downtown Memphis Commission and area businesses to implement traffic patrols by next weekend. Let's talk about the city of Germantown now. The Board of Aldermen approved a water bill credit of $27.50 for every customer, residential customer, impacted by the diesel fuel spill last month. Joyce Peterson has more on that.
At Monday night's Board of Aldermen meeting in Germantown, Victor Chusey told the board issuing customers a water credit is the right thing to do.
My wife and granddaughter became extremely ill as a result of the diesel fuel leak in the water.
Only 2 other residents addressed the board.
I rise in opposition to any credit on the water bill.
Both against a water credit, fearing it would negatively impact the financial security of the city's water system.
What we would be doing is taking money out of our left pocket and putting it in our right pocket. The city doesn't print money. It only gets money from the taxpayers.
The Financial Advisory Committee last Thursday voted down issuing a credit, even though Germantown residents went 1 week without usable tap water after a refueling accident with a generator leaked 300 gallons of diesel fuel into a water reservoir. After great debate, the Board of Aldermen voted 4-1 to issue a credit of $27.50 to each residential customer.
As you can see, fixing things that break in the water system is not cheap, and we have to be responsible.
I believe that we can move forward with a credit in a way that doesn't jeopardize the viability of the fund and put our reserves at risk.
And a water bill credit tonight, it will not offset the cost incurred by those most impacted for this water crisis, but it is an important part of the response.
We want to compensate you in some way, some small way, because you did help us flush these lines.
Alderman John McCreary was the lone no vote.
I don't know of another situation where any municipality ever has just issued a blanket credit across the board, and we use the word fair, and I think that still has to be determined. You know, credits are a dangerous, slippery slope.
Okay, that was Joyce Peterson reporting there. The Germantown city leaders say the city has already submitted more than $500,000 in remediation expenses to TEMA, that is the Tennessee Emergency Management Agency, hoping to get reimbursed. Okay, want to take you down to Rankin County, Mississippi. This is right outside of Jackson, where 6 former law enforcement officers pleaded guilty to state charges related to the torture and assault of 2 black men. Just days ago, all 6 pleaded guilty to federal charges. The victims, Michael Jenkins, Eddie Parker, filed a federal lawsuit back in June. The 2 alleged the officers illegally entered their home, then handcuffed, kicked, waterboarded, and tased them for nearly 2 hours.
I'm astounded, man. I enjoyed the view of seeing the shame, the walk of shame, the head down, everybody that felt, for them and that they feel for themselves. I hope this is a lesson to everybody out there. Justice will be served.
Court documents say one of the deputies put a gun in Jenkins' mouth and then shot him. Okay, former Briarcrest and Ole Miss star and Super Bowl champ Michael Oher's final lawsuit against the Tuohy family. Oher and the Tuohys were the subjects of the Academy Award-winning movie The Blind Side, but Oher says he was blindsided by the family that took him in. Now, the petition claims that the Tuohys did not adopt him, but instead tricked him into signing a conservatorship in 2004, something Oher says he didn't learn about until this year. The petition claims the Tuohys took advantage of Oher when he was a student at Briarcrest Christian School, reading, quote, where other parents of Michael's classmates saw Michael as simply a nice kid in need, conservatives Leanne Tuohy and Sean Tuohy saw something else, a gullible young man whose athletic talent could be exploited for their own benefit. This is something that that's come out yesterday. The Ohers say, or Michael Oher says the Tuohys falsely claimed him as their adoptive son for almost 2 decades, benefiting from his name. The petition also states that Oher made nothing, was left without any rights to his name and the life story. On The Blind Side, Oher is suing to end the conservatorship, asking to be paid punitive damages. Now, Sean Tuohy told the Daily Memphian, saying in part, quote, "It's upsetting to think that we would be making money off any of our children, but we are going to love Michael at 37 just like we loved him at 16. And then it's important to note that Sean Tuohy sold his fast food business for over $210 million. Michael Oher also released his own statement saying, quote, "I'm disheartened by the revelation shared in the lawsuit. For now, I will let the lawsuit speak for itself." One of the attorneys for the Tuohys, Steve Farese, told Action News 5, or told the Associated Press that the family will file an answer to these allegations, and then Michael Oher is scheduled to sign copies of his book in Oxford later tonight. When Your Back is Against the Wall, that is the book. We will continue to follow this story as we get more information.
Amanda Hansen back here at the Action News 5 digital desk. You know, when it comes to talking about finances, you know, most of the time you think about things like budget, investing, and then also debt management. But we want to talk about some of those maybe unexpected topics. And joining us here on the Action News 5 digital desk, back on the digital desk with us, is Tammy Trenta. She is the founder and CEO of Family Financial. Tammy, good morning. How you doing?
Good morning, Amanda. Thank you.
Yeah, so I want to go ahead and dive in. You know, for me, I am one of those people, I'm a saver. I want to be planning. I want to make sure that I have that money set aside in case that emergency fund if something were to happen. But let's talk about some of these unexpected topics, like the psychology of money. Explain.
So the psychology of money is one of those topics that really gets overlooked. And when you think about it, it's so important because each of us grows up with these ideas about money, and perhaps we learned it from our parents, or we had some life experiences that shape our investing behavior. And so it's really important to be aware of those things. And in addition to that, there's also behavioral biases that many people have when it comes to investing. And a great example of that is people who see the stock market tank, everyone decides to sell. And it's like this herd mentality where you want to sell when things are doing great and not when things are going down. And when the market goes up, everyone wants to buy in. And so being aware of those biases, when it comes to just overall investing, I like to advise people to go against what their gut is telling them. So Warren Buffett said, be fearful when people are greedy and greedy when people are fearful. And I think that that's a good gut check when you're investing.
Sure. I want to talk now. You know, we think all the time, retirement. Let's plan for retirement. I want to get to the point where I have enough money so I can retire. But what about the concept of just financial independence?
So again, we look to our parents, and maybe our parents worked really hard, and then one day they decided that they were going to retire, or perhaps they weren't great savers and they're still working. But I think that the younger generation is really redefining what retirement means. And I know when I think about retirement, I think of, an old person sitting on a couch eating chocolates or maybe going to play golf. But I like to use the word financial independence. And that means where work is optional. So if you are a good saver and you're a good steward of your money, you can design it any way you want. That could be taking, extended trips now that most of us are working remotely. So it could be little mini retirements. It could be retiring early. So I think that people just need to think about what financial independence means to them and create their own story around it.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And like you were saying, this younger generation kind of redefining that. And one part of that to me is the idea of the gig economy. And you hear a lot of that these days, especially with the younger generation.
Definitely. People have options now. And I think it's one reason why the employment rate has been fairly strong, but the unemployment rate doesn't even factor in the gig economy. So if you leave a job where you are working for an employer to go drive an Uber or DoorDash or some other type of side hustle, those aren't even being included in the unemployment numbers or GDP. So I love the idea of the gig economy because it empowers people who might have a job but want to make some extra cash, that there's some other options out there for them.
One thing that I hear a lot about is cryptocurrency, the blockchain. It's becoming more mainstream, but I think some people are still a bit hesitant about it. Can you share maybe some insight?
Sure. So again, when the internet came out, that was something new and people were able to email, and you were trying to dial in where you went into AOL and your email took 3 minutes to send, and things have evolved. And part of that evolution has been digital currency, a way to pay for things. And most of us are already using digital currency if we have Venmo or we're using Cash App or credit cards. It's a digital way of transferring money or paying for things. So cryptocurrency is an extension of that. Now, investing in it as an investment it's still new, it's still emerging, and there's a lot of volatility. So what I like to tell clients is buy what you know. If you're not sure or you don't know, then just don't invest in it. But certainly, I have a younger client base, and many of my clients have come to me with cryptocurrency. And so, we do help manage it and help them navigate it. But, I do tell people don't invest more than you can afford to lose, because it's still an unpredictable type of alternative investment.
That's good advice for sure, because I think a lot of people are leery about going that direction financially. Tammy, any other points that you feel like are worth mentioning? Any other topics that kind of stand out that aren't your typical financial related topics?
Sure. Well, I think technology has, it can be a gift. And today, you can look at your balance sheet through an app. There's apps to help you manage your budget. There are, I know one I really like is Rocket Money, because you have the ability to look at recurring subscriptions. And so if you're in a place where you do want to save more, those are some great tools to help you to find money that you can save that maybe you don't think is part of your budget.
Good stuff. I've heard a lot about Rocket Money, but I haven't tried it yet. So maybe you have convinced me that I need to maybe check that out, make sure that I'm not putting something, money places that I could be saving it. So Tammy Trenta, founder and CEO of Family Financial, I appreciate you hopping on here again on the Digital Desk. We love having you.
Thank you. Have a great day.
Did you know that 40 years ago this month, the Elvis Presley Trauma Center at Regional 1 became a reality, and now the center is one of the busiest trauma centers in the country, caring for 12,000 patients annually. And joining me now to talk more about the legacy is Dr. Andy Kerwin, Chief of Trauma there at Elvis Presley Trauma Center at Regional 1. Doctor, good morning. How you doing?
Good morning. I'm great. How are you today?
I'm doing well, doing well. This is a huge thing, though, for the Elvis Presley Trauma Center, 40 years and just the impact. Can you give us some quick history?
So Dr. Tim Fabian came to Memphis about 1981 and helped build and design the trauma center, what it is today. Helped with the layout of the resuscitation rooms, the operating rooms, the intensive care unit. Was really a very unique design. Just about everything is on the ground floor right as the patients come in, and makes it very easy to get the patients quickly into the resuscitation room when we need to assess if they have life-threatening problems. And if they need to go right to the operating room, it's just a short walk down the hall to the trauma operating rooms. And then if they need the intensive care unit after that, they can roll right out the back doors of the operating room into the trauma intensive care unit. So incredible design, and to think that it was thought of in the early 80s is really amazing.
Just so thoughtful. And you were talking about the design, but can you also touch on the methodology that really is a gold standard for today's trauma centers, and just really how it helps the Elvis Presley trauma be so successful?
Yeah, that design is really good because it allows for quick interventions for people that have immediately life-threatening injuries. Maybe they're bleeding to death because their spleen is ruptured. And so it's very easy and quick access to the things that we need to take care of them and stop bleeding and get them resuscitated and get the patient restored back to health and back to their family and back into our community.
And let's just talk about some of the injuries that y'all deal with. As a level 1 trauma center, y'all see a lot.
Yeah, we do. We're one of the busiest centers in the country. We admit about 5,000 patients a year. About 2,800 of those are the highest acuity patients, meaning they're the ones that have life-threatening problems and are going to need interventions, whether it's simple bedside procedures or major operations in our operating room. The most common things we take care of: motor vehicle crashes and falls. And unfortunately, as people watch the news, they see about gun violence and gunshot victims. We're at about last 2 years, we've had about 1,400 gunshot wound victims each year, which is really a staggering amount. If you think about it, it's about four per day on average.
Wow, that's unreal. You know, and
Yeah.
the thing about the trauma center that I think is incredible is the fact that y'all are training new doctors. You're training the next generation of doctors. Can you talk about that?
Yeah, it's really exciting, and what's one of the things that I've done for my whole career, and one of the things that was exciting to come here. And so we have, really, on the medical side, we have the medical students, the residents who are doctors that have graduated from medical school and now doing training, fellows that are doing extra training in trauma and critical care. We also work with the College of Pharmacy, College of Dentistry, College of Nursing, our physical therapists, nurse practitioners. And so there's an opportunity to teach all day long, and we're side by side with all those that are interested in trauma, and then being able to take what they learn here at the Elvis Presley Trauma Center and take it with them wherever they go. The really great thing about UTHSC is I think we've trained about half of the doctors that are in our state. They've been through Regional 1 and the Elvis Presley Trauma Center at some point during their training. So it's really a great benefit, not only to Memphis and the region, but really to the whole state.
Yeah, that's awesome. 40 years, though, that's huge. Let's talk about the future. What's next?
Well, I'm sure everyone's seen in the news, we're talking about building the new hospital, so we're excited about that. And then we're really going to expand upon that and expand upon our footprint. We're kind of out of space where we are now in Regional 1, so we're going to need a bigger place. And I think as we go forward, we're going to continue to work on research. That's been a key part of the Elvis Presley Trauma Center that Dr. Fabian brought when he started, to continue to not only define what we're doing at the Elvis Presley Trauma Center, but really what people have adopted all over the world when they talk about trauma care. a real lot of that was developed here in Memphis and then distributed around the country and around the world to help take care of trauma patients. So we'll continue to do that, and we'll build on that part of our program as well.
As someone who grew up in the Memphis area, I know the significance of having the Elvis Presley Trauma Center right here in my town. But can we touch on just how important it is to have a trauma center to this level here in the Mid-South for not just Memphis and the Mid-South, but surrounding areas outside of that?
Yeah, it's absolutely essential. I would say nobody gets up in the morning and thinks they're going to fall off the roof when they're cleaning their gutters or get in a car crash when they're driving home from work. But it happens, and it can happen to anybody at any time of day. And you want to know that if that happens to you, you have access to immediate life-saving care. And I think it's analogous to the fire department. You don't think about having the fire department here in town, but if there's a fire in your house, you want to know that they're coming right away. And I think that's kind of what we are to Memphis and the region. You don't really think about us, but if you get hurt, you know you want to come to us and get the care that you need so you can get back to being healthy and back to your family.
No, absolutely. I totally agree with that. Dr. Andy Kerwin, I really appreciate you coming on here, talking about this huge milestone, really, for the Elvis Presley Trauma Center. And I look forward to everything you talked about in the future. You have a great morning, all right?
Thank you. Thanks for having me on today. I really appreciate it. We're very excited to be celebrating this milestone.
Thanks for joining us here on ActionNews5.com, as well as the Action News 5 digital properties and Action News 5 Plus 5.5. Of course, as you're getting out the door here today, the weather fantastic across the Mid-South. Enjoying some lower humidity, a light north breeze, and cooler temperatures. Of course, yesterday got up to 94 degrees here in the Mid-South. Today, nowhere close to that. Some spots may even fail to even hit 80 degrees. A lot of spots, though, upper 70s and low 80s. Lots of sunshine. A couple of passing clouds will make their way through the region. Amid a northerly to northwesterly wind coming in here. Around 10 to 15, some gusts around 20, not out of the realm of possibility here today, but most spots not looking half bad here on your Tuesday. Winds will go mostly calm tonight. That will allow for the temperatures to drop off like a rock in a pond as we have those lower humidity values. And not only that, we're dealing with clear skies, so we don't have a blanket to keep our temperatures super warm across much of the area. So a little drop in humidity even going into tomorrow comparatively to today, and then we start to creep back up heading towards the end of the week. It won't get terrible, let's say it like that. It won't get to the point to where it's just downright disgustingly hot, at least in the short term, but towards the end of this forecast, we'll get to the point to where it's getting plenty toasty outside yet again. But this rare August front dropping in here, feeling much more like shades of fall, late September, early October, with high temperatures in the lower 80s, getting back to the mid 80s by Thursday. And it's not just here, again, it's regionally. You've got temperatures in the upper 70s in Kansas City, getting back to the middle to upper 80s as we head through Wednesday and Thursday. Even Louisville, Kentucky, 77 today, 81 Wednesday, back to the mid 80s by Thursday. Notice down to the south, Jackson, Mississippi yesterday, for the second day in a row, 105 degree temperature, actual air temperature, not the heat index. Only getting down into the low 90s for highs on Tuesday, maybe in the upper 80s by Wednesday as the front makes progress down to the south. But notice right behind that, back to 95, and even out towards Dallas and Fort Worth, you got temperatures coming down mid 90s Tuesday, Wednesday, back to 108 degrees. And of course, that ridge of high pressure that has been baking places like Texas and Louisiana, South Mississippi, South Alabama, even Mobile, Alabama, approaching 100 degrees the last couple of days as well. It's hard to hit 100 degrees really down there in Mobile. I think the record high all time is 105. And of course, you just go up the road 3.5 hours up to Jackson. They've been hitting it, pretty consistently. Here's a look at our futurecast. Our weather pretty quiet across the Mid-South. Upper 70s and lower 80s. Again, shades of fall across the Mid-South. And not just here locally. You head up towards Cape Girardeau in the upper 70s here today. Near 80 in Fayetteville, Arkansas. And the middle 80s down towards Little Rock and Pine Bluff. 80 degrees Nashville. Low 80s out towards Huntsville, Alabama. We've got temperatures coming down into the 60s into much of the Mid-South. There could be a couple of cooler pockets trying to eke out maybe 60, 59, 58 degrees for a little bit of time. Probably get down into that in some of the higher elevations over in northwest Arkansas, 55 in Fayetteville, 60 in Cape Girardeau, and low 60s down towards Pine Bluff. Then a mixture of sunshine and clouds again for your Wednesday. High temperatures in the lower to a few mid 80s and middle to maybe an upper 80, trying to get in there by the time we head towards the afternoon hours of your Thursday. As a frontal boundary approaches us, that front may squeeze out a shower or two in a couple spots, but many spots likely to stay dry in the 7-day forecast. So we'll keep sunshine the theme all the way through that 7-day. Rain chances near or at zero. I'd say near because there might be a shower sneaking in here late Friday into Saturday as that front moves into the region. So it may squeeze out a rogue shower just the amount of moisture that may be sitting in the atmosphere. That will knock the numbers back just a little bit when it comes down to humidity, but it will be brief because the southerly winds will kick back in here through the end of the weekend, start of next week. And with that being said, the temperatures will come back up as well. The big impact for us probably in the next couple of days is that as we stay quiet underneath high pressure, dry air, dry ground will become a bit more prevalent, and that is going to add in a feedback loop, and that's going to bring our temperatures up as we head towards next week. And it looks like next week's forecast likely to the middle and even some upper 90s on a pretty regular basis through next week. So let's enjoy the fall-like preview for now. It's not going to stay here for long, so don't go outside with your pumpkin spice lattes and your pumpkins out on your front porch because they will be done toast very quickly as the heat cranks up here as we head towards the end of the weekend and into next week.
All right, well, check it out. This week's edition of the Memphis Flyer Burger Extravaganza. It is one of my favorite issues. I remember it from last year. And so I'm looking forward to diving into the page of that. We got Sam Chichi joining us here on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Sam, good morning. Glad to have you back on.
Of course, and a good morning to you. This is one of my favorite Flyer weeks as well. So, just excited to be here and talk burgers.
We got it in common. I love a good burger, and so I was before we came on with you. I was obviously looking through the list. I was checking where I was going to go and what burgers I was going to try. So let's dive in and talk about it.
Sure. Well, I think one of the great things about Burger Week is that you've got a really large selection of burgers to choose from. You got all sorts of different restaurants and chefs and styles of food that people are trying to show off. And if there's a certain type of burger you like, there'll be something out there for you. And, people get creative, they try new things, or you've got old favorites ready to go. I was lucky enough to pick the Laughlin Old Bridge Burger. I used to live across the street from the bar and, spent many a day and night over there. And man, that burger is delicious. It's got everything on it. You got some huge onion rings, you got some barbecue on top of there. It's got a really thick patty and, fries or chips with that. And then I drank mine with one of those frosé drinks, which are perfect for summertime. And it really hit the spot. And, at $6.99, I think most of these deals are going to be a pretty good steal. And yeah, if you flip through the pages, all of our writers, I think they really, really enjoyed the burgers they got to try. And, everything comes with the Flyer seal of approval if you trust our burger instincts.
Yeah, the one at Celtic Crossing, the Celtic burger, looked delicious to me. I was looking at that one. I was also looking at the Crazy Coop and the Memphis Belle. That one really caught my eye too, just because it just sounded delicious.
Absolutely, and again, there's so many different types of burgers out there, and I mean, honestly, there's some people who go through and try every single burger during Burger Week, and some years we have more than others, but it's quite an undertaking. But I'd encourage people just go out and grab these deals and try every single Burger Week burger that they can. Support local restaurants. Again, it's only $6.99, so you've got a pretty good price point there. And I mean, the restaurants could really use your support. They'll be happy to have you out. Just ask for the burger special and they'll whip something up for you. It's really exciting.
And man, on the cover here, this is the one that you had the joy of diving into, the Old Bridge Burger. And it does look so good, that onion ring, and it's all piled on there. And I'm a fry girl too. I mean, it's the best pairing with burgers and even a beer, burgers and a beer. But yeah, I know you mentioned that a lot of them have specials where there have deals going on this particular week, right?
Absolutely. August 9th through August 15th, we've got the $6.99 deal. That comes with just the burger at most places. A couple spots like Tops will include a side with that to kind of reflect their current pricing structure. But every Burger Week burger will be $6.99. And then, we encourage you to, since that's cheap, just to add on a few extra items, maybe order some fries on the side, or like you said, a beer or a cocktail or something, and, get a few more bucks in these chefs' pockets and, really reward the type of stuff they're doing. For me, I've been doing food writing for a couple of years now, but there's still places that pop up that weren't on my radar before. Like, I want to draw attention to the Dexter's Lab food truck. I grew up watching cartoons in the 90s, so just seeing a big old cartoon Dexter on the side of the truck was, really interesting to me. And I was like, whoa, it's got that childhood nostalgia factor. And I think the story behind that is really cool too, because the owner, his younger brother, unfortunately passed away. And so, that's his way of kind of paying tribute to his sibling and, keeping his memory alive. And, you've got cartoon Dexter next to a photo of the real life Dexter on the truck. And really, it's just an overall wholesome experience. And I think that's the kind of, really cool place that you can discover during Burger Week if you haven't had these places on your radar before.
Well, and of course, the famous Huey Burger is on the list, which is right down the street from here. So I might have to swing by there and grab one when I get off work today, especially if they had the special going on. So Huey's had to make the list.
I think people think pretty adamant that Huey's is the greatest burger of all time in Memphis. It's consistently voted best burger in our Best of Memphis voting. So, if you want to go for the GOAT, Burger Week's a perfect opportunity. Only $6.99.
And of course, this is the cover story of this week's Memphis Flyer. Go grab it off the newsstands. You can find it anywhere. It's all over the place. And go take a look at the burgers they have on there because they all look delicious. Sam, anything else you want to add before we wrap things up here?
I guess just a reminder that this runs through August 15th. So, there's still plenty of time to go out and try a bunch of different burgers. And since I'm here, I'm going to make a plug for our Best of Memphis voting. You can vote for anything such as Best Broadcaster or Best Burger. Visit memphisflyer.com or visit our social pages. That's another big thing we got coming up on the horizon. So just want to plug it where I can.
And for those going to vote for Best Broadcaster, maybe we could give a plug here for the folks here at Action News 5.
Absolutely. Take a look at the list. You got a couple of folks on there, and you guys have definitely earned that spot on the list. So, let's drum up that support.
Sam, I always love having you on here, and it's great catching up with you again. I know a lot of times you get to talk with Andrew, but it's always, I love talking food. So it's my thing. So thanks for coming on.
Of course. Always happy to talk food, and especially burgers.
Andrew Douglas here in the Action News 5 digital desk. According to some brand new data released by SEMrush, over the last 2 years, there has been a huge surge in Americans wanting to turn their passion projects into paychecks, their side hustles into full-time money. And the data reveals that since January 2020, a 421% increase in searches for side hustles to make money. Now, we're about to talk to someone about this very issue, about how she turned her side hustle into a full-time job making six figures. Joining me now is Megan Overholt. And Megan, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. It's Morgan, by the way, Morgan Overholt.
Morgan, I'm so sorry. I appreciate you joining us.
No problem.
So tell me about your story a little bit, because so many people, as you're right, so many people have decided, hey, what can I do as a side hustle to make full-time income?
Yeah, well, I was actually kind of the lucky one of the lucky ones, to be honest with you. I'm no stranger to reinventing myself. Back in 2017, I actually quit my full-time job in the normal corporate world back before it was popular. Essentially rage quit, had all the fun I could stand, got to do something else. But back then, all I really knew to turn to was freelance. And that was a lot better than what I was doing. Do not get me wrong, but the problem is that freelance is still inherently flawed because it still requires that your butt is in that seat every single day and that you're like on the clock and you have deadlines to meet, you've got clients you need to reply to all the time. And it wasn't quite giving me that freedom that I really craved. I had toyed before with the idea of launching something that could produce real live passive income in addition to my freelance before, but I never really took the leap until the pandemic hit. The pandemic, as a lot of y'all know, was inspiring for reinvention. So while I wasn't a stranger to it, I still was very new to the world. I had no idea what I was doing, learned from the best, and here we are today. In fact, last year, our second full year in business, we surpassed 6 million page views on thesmokies.com, which is our travel blog website, and we produced over $200,000 worth of revenue. So it's pretty incredible.
That is incredible, and congratulations to you for doing all of that. I have to admit, I did those searches too, and I heard that blogging is one of those great opportunities out there for people to get started and really kind of turn it into a money-making career. How did you do it? If you had to look at some of the key factors of turning that blog into a six-figure income, how did you do it?
Well, honestly, again, I'm no stranger to figuring out how to reinvent myself and how to launch a successful company. And one of the key things, and I think this applies to every single industry and anything that you want to do in life really, is that you identify the person who's doing the thing that you really want to do, who's doing it successfully, I should add, and you learn what they're doing. And so what we did is we started joining all of these blogging communities online and really looking at people who were already making six-figure, even seven-figure incomes. And we asked, hey, what are you guys doing? And two words kept coming up for us. It was SEO and SEMrush. And at the time I was familiar with what SEO was. I thought it was just kind of like sprinkling in little keywords on your website and hoping for the best, hoping you'll rank on Google. But SEMrush was kind of the missing component because I found out, news to me, that there are real tools you can use online that actually tell you exactly what people are looking for. It tells you what kinds of questions that people are typing into Google on a daily basis. And so our real key to success was figuring out exactly what those questions were and then answering those questions effectively. And the second that we started doing that, our traffic skyrocketed. It was incredible. I think on like month one, we went from having maybe a couple hundred hits to just a few months later, I think June of 2020, that same year, like I said, the pandemic year, I think we're about like 300,000, 400,000 hits. It was crazy. And it kept growing from there. So a pretty big deal. Pay attention to what other people are doing and do that thing.
That does sound amazing, and that's great stuff. When it comes to turning it, when you saw, okay, so you did the SEO, looking for what search items people are looking for. Did you have to write a lot? Because I've always heard that okay, if I'm going to start a blog, I just have to put tons of writing in. I mean, how many hours did you spend in the front end of this project?
Well, here's the really cool thing. So luckily, again, we were some of the lucky ones in the pandemic. We really only had about like a week or two that was kind of slow, which is really when I launched the website in partnership with my sister, Elena, and my husband, James. But after that, our freelance business really picked up and we looked at each other and we're like, hey, look, we got to find time to also work on this website without losing our, at the time, primary income, which was the freelance income. And so we kind of just dedicated one day a week to knocking out as many articles as we possibly could. And we did it that way for an entire year, essentially. Almost an entire year, I didn't have a 2-day weekend. I mean, look, y'all, anything worth having in life is going to take a little bit of hard work. That's what I tell people all day long. Nothing in this life worth having is going to be that easily achievable. So I would say as far as quantifiable hours were concerned, I would say we were each putting in about 8 to 10 hours a week to really get it going. And now, as it's been growing, we've been able to really integrate it into our normal work weeks. In fact, it's sort of even taken over a lot of the freelance that we were doing before. The script is kind of flipped now. Before we were doing like 25% blogging. Now it's more like 75% blogging and 25% freelance, which is pretty cool. But the great thing about what we've done is that it did exactly what I set out to do, right? Now, when I take a day off, I'm still making money. Now, when I go on a week vacation, I still get notifications every day that I'm making money. So that passive income, or more accurately, perhaps I should refer to it as semi-passive, because it still requires a lot of work to get it up and going. It's not a set it and forget it type thing, but it's still making me money even if I step away. And that's really the freedom that I've craved from day one, right? That's the ultimate freedom. What more can you possibly ask for?
So you said 8 to 10 hours a week is generally how much you spent on the blog. When did you start seeing significant income jumps? I mean, did it start at, I don't know, 100, 200, 1,000, 2,000, and then just 1 month or two just jumped from there?
Yeah, like I said before, it was really identifying that correct tool to use. Like, there's a lot of misconceptions out there about what SEO is. Everybody will love to tell you they can get you on the first page of Google. It's just like some kind of magic thing. I thought I knew what SEO was as a freelance graphic designer because my clients asked for it all the time. I thought it was just sprinkling in keywords, but the key was using those 8 to 10 hours that I was talking about earlier effectively, right? Because at one point when we first launched, we were just kind of taking a guess. Like, I always thought the way that you were supposed to do it, or was the way that you were supposed to do it. But after we really started finding the correct tools, and for us, it was SEMrush, and that's kind of one of the industry leading platforms out there if you guys want to look into it. But one of the things that we did was we actually started doing the research, and that showed us specifically what we should be writing. And that's when we really started to see things kind of skyrocket from there, right? So instead of just using those 8 to 10 hours every week that we had to take guesses at what people may or may not like, what Google may or may not like, we were able to really hone in and make sure that this is what people were looking for, make sure this is what people would like, because it turns out the data was really there all along. So for us, it was learning to use that time efficiently and intelligently and making database decisions versus just what we wanted to write about. And that's really when we started to see the results skyrocket. And I would say within a couple of months of adopting that strategy, that's when we really saw things start to take off.
When you first did the blog, Morgan, was it something where you were getting income one way, and then now are you getting income another way? Give me some detail on how it works.
Yeah, absolutely. So that was the other funny thing. When we first launched, we had absolutely no idea how blogs made money. To tell you the truth, probably like most Americans, I thought blogs were something that we had back in the GeoCities days in the 90s or the early 2000s. I had no idea that they were still a thing that was capable of producing income. It was actually my husband, who was one of my partners on the blog, who discovered an ad network called AdThrive and Mediavine, or two different ad networks called AdThrive and Mediavine. It took a few weeks to get accepted into those programs. Today we started out with Mediavine, switched to AdThrive, but there's a variety out there. Those are just two of the top dogs essentially. But once we got there, we were able to really tap into this programmatic ad network, which produced this incredible revenue every single day. So when you go to our website, if you type in thesmokies.com, you're going to see that there's a ton of ads that pop up. And that's kind of what that programmatic ad network is providing us. That's where most of our income has come from. But there's also this wide world of affiliate sales, right? So for instance, we are a travel blog. There's a lot of attractions in the area near the Great Smoky Mountains National Park, like Dollywood and Anakista, and a variety of museums like the Titanic Museum out there that have these programs that you can enter called affiliate programs, where you help them sell a ticket online by like writing a great review about them or saying, hey, look, I highly recommend doing X, Y, and Z in the Smokies. And if people click the link when you suggest to buy a ticket, you get a little tiny kickback. And so we did ads first, we did affiliate marketing second, and going forward, we're actually going to be doubling down on the affiliates, and we hope to release some digital downloads later this year. But there's a variety of different ways that bloggers make money. Those are just kind of a handful of the ones that worked for us very early on. And of course, there's so many more that I feel like we can tap into in the future. So I'm excited to see where this whole thing goes. I think we're just getting started.
That sounds great. I mean, congratulations once again. You're doing such a great job, Morgan. And I think this is helping a lot of people just kind of understand how it works. A couple more questions here. So how much do you make now? If you don't mind me asking, how much does the blog make now on a monthly basis? And then how much did it, initially start? Because you didn't start right away making six figures. It was a gradual increase. Tell me about that.
Yeah, I mean, the funny thing is, I remember we made our first $6 within about a month of launching the actual blog site. And we were jumping up and down in the living room like it was the most important $6 we had ever made in our life. A couple months later, the first month, and that was an affiliate sale. A couple months later, the first month after we launched on an ad network, I believe our first month's earnings were something like $400 or $500, if memory serves correctly. Fast forward to today, I believe our largest month to date, and of course it varies as we are a seasonal travel blog. The Smokies are a little bit less trafficked in like January and February. We peak in the summer and into the winter, but our highest month so far has been around $35,000, $36,000 in that month. So yeah, that kind of shows you what's possible. And we suspect we're going to be hitting closer to $50,000, maybe even $60,000 by this December. So yeah, like I said, we're just getting started.
Wow.
To go from zero hits in the first month, essentially, to, I believe in our first full year, we passed almost hit 2 million. And then in our second full year to pass 6 million. I mean, I ain't gonna lie, I'm kind of hoping that we'll start to see that 10 million digit roll in as far as page views are concerned. Hopefully in 2022, we'll see. We'll at least get close.
And it's just focusing on the East Tennessee Smokies area, or are you venturing out from that?
Yes, sir. For the most part, of course, the Smokies, the Smokies and the Blue Ridge Mountains were all kind of intertwined, as you know, in East Tennessee and Western North Carolina. So we sort of cover those areas a little bit. Every once in a while, we talk about Tennessee as a state, but our primary market, we've also done a few stories on Memphis, but our primary market is the Great Smoky Mountains National Park and the surrounding areas, the attractions, etc. That was also a model that we had never really seen anybody else do before. So that was a bit of a gamble, to be perfectly honest with you. We didn't really know that a regional travel blog would work. All you ever hear about are, travel bloggers that go all over the world and explore. But to us, we kind of learned that regional travel was even better, even, I dare say, easier. I don't want to use that word. It's been a lot of hard work, but I dare say easier because we get to target this one area that we know and we love. I grew up in East Tennessee. My husband grew up in East Tennessee. My little sister obviously grew up in East Tennessee. So this is an area that we're intimately familiar with. This is an area that we spent our childhood in. I mean, y'all, if you could have told me when I was like 6 that one day I would make money going to Dollywood, I'd have been like, what? It's like, that's not even my dream, and I've essentially turned that dream into a reality. So it's pretty cool.
That is cool. All right. So are there other blogs that you look at and really kind of like or maybe take some ideas from? I mean, are there other ones that you kind of emulate maybe and kind of say, they really taught me a lot of things?
That's one of the tools I was talking about earlier when I talk about SEO. The tool that I mentioned earlier, SEMrush, will actually show you competitive data. And we certainly integrate that competitive data and fill in gaps that our competitors are not addressing, fill in questions that our competitors are not answering. In fact, our main competitors now are actually some of the city and locally run websites. And I believe it was last month, we even started surpassing some of those city run websites who have entire staffs. I think over 40, 50 people, I believe, for the top website working on those. So to bring in more traffic than even them, it's pretty impressive. But to be honest with you, if I were to give you a second giant piece of advice, which is applicable to both blogging and life, is to worry less about what your competitors are doing and worry more about what they're not doing, right? We never seek to copy anybody. I've never been a copycat of anybody. I want to know what people I want to know how they're finding success. I want to know the strategies and the tools that they're using and explore those on my own. But I think it's really important to be the red tree in the forest, to be the standout, to do something unusual. Because if you're just a copycat, all you're going to be is a cheap clone at the end of the day.
Very nice, very nice. There are a lot of people taking notes in this newsroom, just hearing you talk right now. And I'm sure when people watch this in a taped interview later on our website, they're going to be wanting to share this as well. When someone is looking at starting a blog, I don't know, can you give maybe the top 3 things that they need to do right off the bat when they want to start and say, I want to do just what Morgan is doing? A lot of people like to say, write what you know. Is that one of those things? Did you always like to travel?
Oh yeah, I've always loved to travel, but to me, it's a little bit, there's two different components to it. A lot of people say follow your passion, and I say that's great. Follow your passion, but make sure you can make money with that passion, right? We've got a lot of passion. There's several hobbies I have that I'm not very good at, right? I don't think I should probably start a blog on those. I love watching Netflix for a living, there's probably a way to make money doing that, but the thing is that we found a part of our passion. We found one of our passion projects that we knew there was a big audience for. And so that's the piece of advice I would give you there as far as following your passion. Follow your passion and make sure it makes money. As far as the three pieces of advice I would give to brand new bloggers would be as follows. Don't get lost in the details. Launch a simple website. It doesn't have to be the prettiest thing you've ever seen. Just make sure it's a simple theme. Make sure it's fast. That's what's more important because people want to make sure it's loading really quickly without any kind of delays. The second thing I would say is, yes, get comfortable with writing and get comfortable using those tools that I talked about, because that was the real difference maker for us. Before, we were just sort of, when we first launched, writing whatever we thought we should write about because we had no data to go on, formatting it however we wanted to format it because we didn't know any better. So research those tools that will really give you those guidelines to show you exactly how to write, will actually give you a score on your writing and predict with almost 90% certainty exactly where you're going to rank on Google, which is pretty awesome. And then 3, make sure you turn that traffic into dollars. That's of course what you got to do at the end of the day. So research those ad networks that I mentioned earlier, research those affiliate programs, can think about what kind of digital downloads that you can sell. Those are 3 of the most popular ways. Courses, if you're doing something more on the business side, those are also very popular right now, online courses. So yeah, those are probably the 3 things that I would recommend. Don't get lost in the details, build a simple website, learn how to write articles that Google will love and that your readers will love, and then figure out how to make the money, honey.
Sorry, Morgan. Listen, I really appreciate everything you've said. It's a great conversation. I found it very interesting. Congratulations on your success. And I really think a lot of your tips have really helped other would-be bloggers out there. So appreciate the conversation very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much for having me, Andrew. I appreciate it.
Thanks for joining us here on ActionNews5.com, as well as the Action News 5 digital properties and Action News 5 Plus 5.5. Of course, as you're getting out the door here today, the weather fantastic across the Mid-South, enjoying some lower humidity, a light north breeze, and cooler temperatures. Of course, yesterday got up to 94 degrees here in the Mid-South. Today, nowhere close to that. Some spots may even fail to even hit 80 degrees. A lot of spots, though, upper 70s and low 80s. Lots of sunshine. A couple of passing clouds will make their way through the region. Amid a northerly to northwesterly wind coming in here. Around 10 to 15. Some gusts around 20. Not out of the realm of possibility here today, but most spots not looking half bad here on your Tuesday. Winds will go mostly calm tonight. That will allow for the temperatures to drop off like a rock in a pond as we have those lower humidity values. And not only that, we're dealing with clear skies, so we don't have a blanket to keep our temperatures super warm across much of the area. So a little drop in humidity even going into tomorrow comparatively to today, and then we start to creep back up heading towards the end of the week. It won't get terrible, let's say it like that. It won't get to the point to where it's just downright disgustingly hot, at least in the short term, but towards the end of this forecast, we'll get to the point to where it's getting plenty toasty outside yet again. But this rare August front dropping in here, feeling much more like shades of fall, late September, early October, with high temperatures in the lower 80s, getting back to the mid 80s by Thursday. And it's not just here, again, it's regionally. You've got temperatures in the upper 70s in Kansas City, getting back to the middle to upper 80s as we head through Wednesday and Thursday. Even Louisville, Kentucky, 77 today, 81 Wednesday, back to the mid 80s by Thursday. Notice down to the south, Jackson, Mississippi yesterday, for the second day in a row, 105 degree temperature, actual air temperature, not the heat index. Only getting down into the low 90s for highs on Tuesday, maybe in the upper 80s by Wednesday as the front makes progress down to the south. But notice right behind that, back to 95, and even out towards Dallas and Fort Worth, you got temperatures coming down mid 90s Tuesday, Wednesday, back to 108 degrees. And of course, that ridge of high pressure that has been baking places like Texas and Louisiana, South Mississippi, South Alabama, even Mobile, Alabama, approaching 100 degrees the last couple of days as well. It's hard to hit 100 degrees really down there in Mobile. I think the record high all time is 105. And of course, you just go up the road 3.5 hours up to Jackson. They've been hitting it, pretty consistently. Here's a look at our futurecast. Our weather pretty quiet across the Mid-South. Upper 70s and lower 80s. Again, shades of fall across the Mid-South. And not just here locally. You head up towards Cape Girardeau in the upper 70s here today, near 80 in Fayetteville, Arkansas, and the middle 80s down towards Little Rock and Pine Bluff. 80 degrees Nashville, low 80s out towards Huntsville, Alabama. We've got temperatures coming down into the 60s into much of the Mid-South. There could be a couple of cooler pockets trying to eke out maybe 60, 59, 58 degrees for a little bit of time. Probably get down into that in some of the higher elevations over in northwest Arkansas, 55 in Fayetteville, 60 in Cape Girardeau, and low 60s down towards Pine Bluff. Then a mixture of sunshine and clouds again for your Wednesday. High temperatures in the lower to a few mid 80s. And middle to maybe an upper 80, trying to get in there by the time we head towards the afternoon hours of your Thursday. As a frontal boundary approaches us, that front may squeeze out a shower or two in a couple spots, but many spots likely to stay dry in the 7-day forecast. So we'll keep sunshine the theme all the way through that 7-day. Rain chances near or at zero. I'd say near because there might be a shower sneaking in here late Friday into Saturday as that front moves into the region. So it may squeeze out a rogue shower just the amount of moisture that may be sitting in the atmosphere. That will knock the numbers back just a little bit when it comes down to humidity, but it will be brief because the southerly winds will kick back in here through the end of the weekend, start of next week. And with that being said, the temperatures will come back up as well. The big impact for us probably in the next couple of days is that as we stay quiet underneath high pressure, dry air, dry ground will become a bit more prevalent, and that is going to add in a feedback loop, and that's going to bring our temperatures up as we head towards next week. And it looks like next week's forecast likely to the middle and even some upper 90s on a pretty regular basis through next week. So let's enjoy the fall-like preview for now. It's not going to stay here for long, so don't go outside with your pumpkin spice lattes and your pumpkins out on your front porch because they will be done toast very quickly as the heat cranks up here as we head towards the end of the weekend and into next week.
Our heartfelt thoughts are with the people in Hawaii as investigators find more people killed there. Deadly wildfire. Close to 100 people have already lost their lives. At least 2,200 buildings damaged or destroyed in West Maui, according to the governor. 86% were residential, and some of these Tennesseans have family and friends there. Amelia Vasquez said that she rushed against the fire to help save lives that took everything from thousands living in Lahaina. She works for Randy Emery, who's a part-time Tennessean, East Tennessee friend. They're both out of a job helping others get necessities in hoping to find some sort of solace here. Emery says his family has donated at least $4,000.
Microwaves, baby diapers, all sorts of items that were brought out to the shelters here, but they're getting harder and harder to get in. The roads are all closed, so it's getting real difficult to do that. It seems like the people's immediate needs right now are going to be financial assistance.
Action News 5's parent company, Gray Television, is lending a helping hand through the Salvation Army to assist the people of Maui in their time of need. If you'd like to help, you can donate by texting Fire Relief to 51555. You could also scan the QR code on your screen or head to actionnews5.com for a link in order to give. All right, we're less than 30 days away from the Southern Heritage Classic this year. Game day tickets are on sale, but this time Jackson State University will not be taking the field. Action News 5's Victoria Poirier has details on what you can expect.
Classic started in 1990. This will be our 34th year.
For 34 years, the Southern Heritage Classic has taken place right here in the heart of Memphis, evolving over the years, becoming better and better. 29 out of the 33 games so far has featured Jackson State University, but this year, different fans will fill the stands. University of Arkansas at Pine Bluff will take on the Tennessee State University Tigers. Even with a different team and a different fan base, the Classic remains classic.
Nothing about the Classic is going to change. We still will do the game, have the game.
Although the Classic started off just as an HBCU showcase game for the city, it changed into something more than just a game for most. One part of it changed everything.
The family has become an intricate part of it.
People traveling from all over the world to the Bluff City to cheer on their favorite HBCU team. When these fans arrived to the Classic, they were strangers, but many left as family.
And that's why I'm saying that that tradition is not going to change. You'll see that over and over again this year.
From fraternities and sororities joining together to parents showing their children a different college world than the well-known PWI life, the Classic became a chance to bring this unique world to Memphis.
It's a chance for people who have heard about the HBCU experience to get it firsthand.
In just a few weeks, an estimated 50,000 HBCU college football fans will flood the Simmons Bank Liberty Stadium.
And I guarantee you, if you come to the Southern Heritage Classic, you're going to have an awesome time.
In Memphis, Victoria Poirier, Action News 5.
High school football season is here in the Mid-South. There is a problem. A nationwide referee shortage is affecting our area, and Mississippi referees, well, they could use your help. Action News 5's Tavarius Haywood spoke with refs to see if the shortage could affect this season.
Fans are geared up for Friday Night Light. But there's a problem.
Well, we are in need of officials, just like every other area in the country.
Darius Hodges works with the Northwest Mississippi Referee Association. He says Mississippi is not exempt from the nationwide ref shortage. Referees have to handle both public and private school games. Northwest Mississippi's Refs Association covers several counties, including DeSoto and Tate counties. The association is currently down to 10 crews for the season.
Right now, it's looking okay, but as always, we're going to need officials to cover schools that we can't get to all the time.
According to a 2022 National Federation of State High School Association survey, approximately 50,000 high school sports officials discontinued their service between the 2018-19 and 2021-2022 season. Hodges says two of the main reasons for the shortage: the fan and referee relationship.
You know, everybody wants the call to be correct. Sometimes the call won't be correct because we're human just like everybody else.
And current refs retiring.
Most of us don't do it for the money. You got a lot of older guys that are ready to hang it up, and we need some young guys to be able to step up and be able to officiate.
Hodges says right now, Northwest Mississippi Referees Association has about 75 officials. In an ideal world, Hodges says 100 would be great. He says the Mississippi High School Activities Association is aware of the problem and working to fix it. Hodges has a message for fans this season.
They get mad at a call, tell them come on and put the stripes on and be able to officiate a game. We'd love to have them.
Tavarius Haywood, Action News 5.
You know, the conversation about financial literacy and work readiness, it is a topic we discuss often here at Action News 5, and a lot of times the topic often goes into the idea that students, and when I say students, we're talking students K through 12, oftentimes are not ready. And they don't have that financial literacy that perhaps they should, or the work readiness that perhaps they should. I want to bring in someone to talk a little bit more about this. Lee Mansberg is with Junior Achievement of Memphis in the Mid-South, and she is talking about educational programs for K through 12 students across Memphis in the Mid-South with an emphasis on financial literacy and work readiness. And Lee, good morning to you. I want to first let our viewers know about what Junior Achievement is.
Good morning, and it's so nice to be here, and thank y'all for having me. So Junior Achievement is three-pronged K through 12 program: entrepreneurship, work readiness, and financial literacy. And we work to make sure that we can reach a child every year of their experience, to make sure that you can't just learn it in one fell swoop, as all families know. So we're here to work, and we partner with schools throughout the Mid-South.
So with Junior Achievement here, we've been talking a lot about classes set to begin. Some have already begun here across the Mid-South. Tell us about the various programs Junior Achievement have for K through 12 students.
Love to. So in our kindergarten through fifth grade programs, we offer a program called JA in a Day, which layers learning about financial literacy and work readiness within the classroom and with volunteers paired there so that they can learn about the economy as it affects their family, the economy as it affects their community and their region. And then we come to BizTown, which is this amazing city that just went by, that is where our fifth and sixth grade citizens come and run a town and build the city of their dreams. They even get to vote for mayor, and they serve as CEOs and CFOs, and they learn what careers earn and how to spend that money and how to be properly banked. And then in seventh and eighth grade, they come for Finance Park, where they learn the 12 drivers of a family's budget. And then they get a simulation in a career, and they'll actually get 2 paychecks, and they're going to have to learn how to live off the money they make. So that's where they really start to learn that different careers make different salaries. And then in eighth grade and ninth grade, our children come out to the Agri Center May 14th through 16th to really work with our business community to see what those big careers that are out there, what the pathway is to get there. Our education partners are there, credentialing partners are there, so that students can learn the pathway and use their high school experience intentionally. And then in high school, we offer 10 high school semester courses in partnership with schools so that children are ready for the workplace when they leave high school or move on to a 2-year program or a 4-year program.
I have to say, my kids, BizTown, they absolutely loved it. It was such a great introduction to what the business world is like and real-time opportunities to kind of understand bankers and journalists and various aspects of an entire town. It's such a great program, and I remember them talking about it for weeks and weeks afterwards. It's fantastic. Tell me why these programs are so needed these days. I often talk to a lot of financial planners out there and experts, and they always constantly tell me and tell others that a lot of our kids just aren't prepared when they finish high school. When it comes to financial literacy, they're just so behind. And I would think that that's the primary reason why it's so important to have Junior Achievement a part of the curriculum, right?
Absolutely. And it goes across all barriers that almost every parent that comes through here says, I wish my older children, or I wish I had done this. Financial literacy has to be put within the context of why. Like, it's not enough to say to a child, you should have a savings account or you should be properly banked, unless they understand why they need to do those things. And that's what makes Junior Achievement so important as we work in partnership with the schools we serve, because you have to experience it over and over again, and then you've got to place it within the context of the career you want and how you want to live your life. And it is the ultimate tool for independence and living well and being able to launch into adulting well.
Lee, tell me more about Junior Achievement's new facility in Binghamton.
Oh, we're so excited about it. We love it. The Wang Experiential Learning Center has been open since January 23rd, 2023, and it is what we call the ultimate learning place for capstone learning, meaning that our teaching partners work with the students in the classroom, so we're not a field trip. And it is a place that instead of children taking a pen and paper test, they come here and get to do a real-world simulation to cement and lock in learning. We call it hands-on, minds open learning, that children learn best in play-based situations where they get, and also where they get to be in control. And also in the Learning Center, it is a place where our partners who are aligned with our work, like Code Crew and Light Memphis and Mid-South Literacy and like the Latino Memphis Chamber of Commerce will be here today. It is a place of community gathering to say we want to all pour into and make sure that all children can live live lives of choice and be joyful and feel like they are surrounded. We have beautiful art everywhere. Like I purposely wanted to be in this room for everybody today because entrepreneurship is encouraged. The fastest way to reach generational wealth is through entrepreneurship. So we're really, an Epicenter helped us create this magical space. And so it's really a place for us to be able to model the future for the children in every square foot.
Can you talk about some of the results that you're seeing when children are a part of the Junior Achievement programs?
Absolutely. So we know that 7 out of 10 children, once they've been a part of our programs, are aware of careers that they never knew that they could have, that they understand the pathway on how to achieve those careers. We work closely with educators as well. Some of the harder data we get in our programs is we have a hope challenge in our community. While 7 out of 10 children will find a career that they never knew that they wanted to have, they will, only 4 out of those 10 children believe that they'll get that career in Memphis. So we need everybody pouring in all of their assets, all of their talents, and making sure that our children believe the future is available to them. Because if they don't believe it's available, they're going to make other choices. And it's so critically important that everybody sees themselves as part of that conversation.
Lee, this has been interesting. It really has been. It's such a positive aspect to Memphis and the Mid-South. If someone's interested in volunteering, perhaps supporting Junior Achievement and some of the programs, how can they find you guys?
Absolutely. Please go to jamemphis.org, or you can head over to our Volunteer Memphis page right now, where we have hundreds of volunteer opportunities available. We know that we will take over 2,000 volunteers to support our children this year. And children can't become what they can't see. So we need a gift of 3 to 5 hours of your time to help us get into the classroom and model the way to the future. So please join us.
Okay, Lee Mansberg with Junior Achievement of Memphis and the Mid-South. We appreciate you and this deep dive into what Junior Achievement does and how students across Memphis and the Mid-South are benefiting. Thanks so very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, a Westwood artist is beautifying the 901 one mural at a time, and Taylor Tucker has more about the artist, who says his artwork goes beyond the paint. Check it out.
At the intersection of Rains and Doubletree, you'll find a large and cheerful mural depicting the heritage of Westwood.
The pride that I take in doing my work is I can tell stories that people don't necessarily see when they come through some of these communities and they drive by. They don't kind of know the history of some of these places they're going through, and sometimes I'm able to show them.
Tony Hawkins is an urban storyteller. Dedicating his life to art, the Westwood artist uses his artistic talent to tell stories and messages.
Showcasing excitement, showcasing a rich history, and it's about being prideful.
This mural is the story of the Westwood Marching Band, a staple in the community.
They were going to some places that you just didn't see people from your neighborhood, at. And I can't tell you how many people have stopped their car and like, man, I was in this band. Is that me? I just tell everybody, yeah, that's you, that's you.
In fact, when I stopped by, one resident couldn't hold back his praise.
Love this mural, respect this mural, and please don't sabotage it with a lot of whole scribble, hibble. Nobody want to see that. But look at this talent.
The Westwood mural is one of many pieces Hawkins has around the city. But as a Westwood native, he says putting artwork into his community serves an even greater purpose.
It's about a message. It's about telling a message. It's about showing an emotion. And it's about having that reinforcement so that when young people come and they see me as a young black person that's out here doing this work, this is my full-time job, it's a company, they see that and it's a positive image. I want them to get messages when they see this artwork.
In Memphis, Taylor Tucker, Action News 5.
Okay, the Memphis Zoo is home to more than 3,500 new animals, and a new adventure lets you get up close and personal like never before. Kim Clark has more on that.
The Memphis Zoo consistently ranked one of the top zoos in the country,
is home to more than 500 species of rare and exotic animals. And while there is always plenty to see and do during a regular visit, the zoo's expanded Close Encounters program is truly something to roar about.
Our Close Encounters are a program for our guests to get an inside look at what animal care and conservation looks like at the zoo. We get to take them behind the scenes and see some of our animals up close.
Our Close Encounter started with the zoo's 2 white rhinos, Maggie and Keto.
They're kind of sweet. We actually kind of compare them to a puppy dog crossed with a tank.
Puppy indeed. Keto seemed to enjoy my pets and scratches. White rhinos were once considered extinct, but thanks to conservation efforts, they're at a safer status today than in years past. And their sheer majesty and size can only really be appreciated up close.
So a lot of people are just really impressed with their size because this is as close as you're going to be able to get to a rhino.
From supersized rhinos to something more petite, red-ruffed lemur triplets Carme, Titan, and Puck, and the more senior black and white lemurs Pepe and Penelope did not disappoint with their all-seeing eyes, gracefully taking raisins right from my fingertips.
They're smart and they're fun to work with, they're fun to spend time with, and they have really awesome personalities.
And speaking of personality, Asian small-clawed otters Ankar, Amiri, Tanaka, Indari, and Shah have plenty, along with their love for mealworms and fish.
They have definitely been the most popular. People definitely love the lemurs, but everyone really loves otters.
Hagrid, Frank, Al, and Fred are the zoo's Galapagos tortoises. Maybe not something you think of petting, but not so fast.
They really enjoy petting the tortoises, and it helps that the tortoises really enjoy being pet, as well as all the free lettuce they get.
In addition to the petting and feeding, you're also likely to take away a good bit of information during your close encounters, like tortoises can require multi-generational ownership, so research carefully before considering one as a pet.
People really seem to be interested in how old they can get and how big they can get. And they can get very old, up to 150, and they can get very big, up to 550 pounds.
How about meeting one of the 17 African black-footed penguins that reside at the Memphis Zoo? On this particular day, our little hen Millie wasn't interested in an encounter, but that's not completely unexpected.
Because while they do live in the zoo, they are still a wild animal, and we want to offer them the choice and control in this situation, so they get to choose how much they want to interact with the people versus how much they don't want to interact.
After all, zookeepers say the whole point of these close encounters is not to invade the animal's sense of security, but to further the Memphis Zoo's mission of creating adventures and saving wildlife.
It all ties back to us accomplishing our mission, which is to save animals in nature. So this money helps to support our conservation work, our research work all around the world, so that we can help protect species in their natural habitat.
Memphis Zoo Close Encounters make us proud to help in the conservation of some really special animals. Kim Clark, Action News 5.
All right, the charm and character of Mississippi's small towns could be displayed on your license plate. The Mississippi Main Street Association highlighting the uniqueness of small towns with a specialty tag. Historic hometown license plates featured landmarks from the Mississippi River Bridge to the Biloxi Lighthouse. The nonprofit organization works with small towns to help revitalize and promote their downtown areas.
After World War II, a lot of our downtowns saw decline and disinvestment, and there was a movement in the late 70s, early 80s to bring back our downtowns as vibrant communities. And so that's what Main Street's all about.
300 car tags must be ordered before it goes into print. Last check, 75 orders have been placed. Well, let's talk about a local charter school in the Medical District celebrating 20 years as the first charter school in the state of Tennessee. Back in December, we told you about the Memphis Academy of Science and Engineering, heavily damaged in an ice storm, but now students and staff are in a different spot that they call their own. Action News 5's Bria Bolden has more on that.
Inside of the Northwest Prep Academy building on Poplar, you'll hear hundreds of students filling the cafeteria and halls of the new home of the Memphis Academy of Science and Engineering.
It was a team effort. The entire Mace family, the community, parents, students, we all made a great effort to make sure that the transition was smooth as possible.
Executive Director Roderick Gaston took us on a tour of their new digs, which can serve 800 students in middle school through high school.
I've seen us progress, from a population of 300 and 400 to now almost 700.
Middle school director Danielle Powell believes their STEM, science, technology, engineering, and math curriculum and partnerships with STEM companies has carried them for the last 20 years.
We want our students to have more, and we want to prepare them for either work or college. And so I think that's what has set us apart and helped us make it to our 20th year.
20 years ago, when STEM wasn't popular, Mace was doing STEM. The workforce that's needed now in this community and the country is STEM-based, and so we think that we are preparing our students, even 20 years ago up until now, for the future.
Okay, got a question to ask you. What do you think of cryptocurrency? Is it something that you like? Perhaps it's something that you don't know much about. Perhaps it's something you don't trust at all, or even still, you think it is the future. Well, there has been a Pew Research survey that found people have extreme feelings on the issue of cryptocurrency. Well, we have heard it, and we are responding to you, bringing in an expert on cryptocurrency right now. Let's bring in Michael Sonnenschein, the CEO of Grayscale. It's the largest crypto asset manager in the world. And Michael is joining us on the Action News 5 digital desk. Michael, good morning to you. For those still in the dark about crypto, can you once again explain what it is and how it's used? Good morning.
Good morning to you. Yeah, crypto. It's an exciting topic. Crypto is a new asset class, and it is underpinned by a new technology called blockchain. And because of that, it means different things to different people. Fundamentally, I think we really look at crypto as the foundation for the next generation or evolution of the internet in much of the ways that we may be able to interact. Ultimately, here in the US, many people think about crypto as an investment, whether they're diversifying their portfolio or maybe thinking about how to just invest for the future.
So let me ask you about investing, Michael, because I know a lot of people like to invest in crypto, but then, I've seen the numbers fluctuate really high and low, especially over the last, I'd say, 18 months or so. It's really been fluctuating between gaining ground and losing ground. What are the advantages, and then what are the drawbacks?
Well, that's exactly right. Crypto is certainly a new technology, and it's not for the faint of heart. I think for a lot of folks to understand actioning an investment in crypto, we need to maybe start with an analogy. Let's look at our banks or our payment systems. They're only open certain days of the week and certain hours of the day, and that doesn't necessarily reflect the 24/7 world we live in. In comparison with that, we look at a new technology like Bitcoin, which allows for payments instantaneously and almost for free between individuals and companies anytime, any day, and really in any amount. And so as folks start to think about crypto, start to think about assets like Bitcoin, it really is those types of scenarios that really get them excited about how we're creating new systems, new ways of thinking, and ultimately new innovations. And that's why there's so much excitement around crypto today.
Let me ask you this, though, because, you go to any crypto site and you see dozens, if not hundreds, of different kind of cryptocurrency out there. How do you decide which one is good, which one you should invest in? How do people do their homework on that?
That's exactly right. There are thousands of digital currencies, but what we often find is folks are usually starting investing in crypto by looking at two of the largest digital currencies, which are Bitcoin and Ethereum. They've been around the longest, and again, they're the largest digital assets. Now, when folks think about buying or selling crypto, it can be a little bit of a tough experience. Where do they go? How do they store it? How do they safekeep it? And that's why here at Grayscale, we've actually designed investment vehicles so folks can access Bitcoin, access Ethereum, and have those investments sit right alongside their stocks and bonds and the other investments they have in their investment portfolios.
But if you're looking at cryptocurrencies, I mean, how do you find background information on? I mean, I'm reading something here. It says there's 23,000 cryptocurrencies. How do we decide which one's a good buy and which one isn't?
Well, we hopefully take some of the work out of that for a lot of our investors. We have a huge research library on the Grayscale website at grayscale.com with everything from videos to papers, so folks can really get educated about the different characteristics and attributes of different digital currencies and can really help them differentiate between the ones that may resonate with them more and complement their investment portfolios and the ones that may be not as good a fit for them.
You know, we heard maybe a few years ago, not so much today, but we heard, oh, this guy put $1,000 on a cryptocurrency and he's now a millionaire or a multi-millionaire. You don't hear that so much anymore. Is there a reason behind that, or is that something that just doesn't happen anymore?
Well, crypto certainly goes through cycles. And, you know, if I look at where we are now in August of 2023, Bitcoin has actually been one of the highest performing investments so far this year. And so it does go through different cycles where you do see price appreciation and price drops as well. But ultimately, most of the investors putting capital into assets like Bitcoin today are thinking about it over the medium to longer term, right? It's not an investment that's for the faint of heart, and it's not an investment for folks that aren't willing to accept some level of risk, because that comes truly with almost any new technology they'd think about investing in.
But let me stay on that point for a second. Isn't the risk a little bit higher when it comes to cryptocurrencies? And if not, explain to me why not.
Well, I think there's certainly a fair amount of risk in cryptocurrency investing. There's no question about that. You know, crypto goes through cycles where price appreciates substantially, price could fall. Some of the technologies continue to change and morph over time. But for a lot of folks, as they think about investing in crypto, it can actually help to diversify their portfolio and actually help set them up to weather other factors that may affect their investments, whether they're interest rates or other economic data or developments that are impacting the ways that they're investing and the results that it has on their portfolios.
So people have, you know, 401ks, they go into mutual funds, the stock market, that sort of thing, use a financial planner. What would be your biggest selling point to tell somebody who has, you know, working towards retirement or has a bunch of cash to invest? How do you sell them on cryptocurrency investments?
Well, I would certainly say, again, that crypto is not for everyone, but those who are excited about the potential of crypto and want to invest at an early stage in a new and exciting technology that's gaining momentum, they may think about investing in crypto. A really easy and familiar way to do that is to leverage investment products like the Grayscale Bitcoin Trust, GBTC, or the Ethereum Trust, ETHE, which in fact can be bought in a retirement account, or you can reach out to your financial advisor and talk about making a relatively small allocation. A lot of folks will start small and over time will continue to build that position as they get increasingly comfortable with the risk appetite associated with investing in crypto.
I appreciate you breaking it down for us, Michael. Where can people go to get some more information?
We'll certainly visit the Grayscale website. Again, we have a great resource library of videos and papers. And if you're thinking about investing in crypto, make it relatively simple. Go online and search the ticker symbols GBTC and ETHE for a relatively easy way to get started in either Bitcoin or Ethereum in your investment accounts.
Okay, Michael Sonnenschein, CEO Grayscale, Cryptocurrency Basics. You are talking 101 with us. Listen, we appreciate it. Thank you very much for the deep dive into cryptocurrency.
Thank you.
All right, so let's talk now as we move on to a different topic here. A November 2022 study that says the chance of college students developing an eating disorder rose 13% or 13 percentage points from 2013 to 2021. So that is certainly an issue right now. Dr. Laura Durr from Children's Healthcare of Atlanta says parents can help protect their children from eating disorders by being a good role model and watching for red flags. The signs a child may be struggling with eating disorders includes headaches, dizziness, lack of energy, and difficulty sleeping. Dorr says it's critical to talk with your children about these issues.
It's about what they're eating, how their energy level is, what they're doing to help improve their health and nutrition. I think those are the conversations we need to have as parents, just to ensure that we're keeping the lines of communication open.
Well, Dr. Dorr says if a child has already experienced an eating disorder before college, it is critical he or she continues treatment at a college level. She says the treatment can help the transition and help them with all the change that they're facing with college. All right, well, being happy at work does more than just put a smile on your face. One study said that increased happiness in the workplace led to a 12% jump in productivity, a 30% higher sales, and 3 times greater creativity. It was the subject of a Best Life report earlier in the morning. I want to show it to you now.
Johnny, what can you make out of this? This? Well, I can make a cap, or a brooch, a pterodactyl.
How happy are you at work?
I mean, it varies day to day, but I would say probably anywhere from like a 7 to 10.
There's this idea of pockets of opportunity that come around where you have to recognize that not every day is going to be super exciting. I would say 7.25.
Research shows about 62% of Americans say they're satisfied with their jobs, but that number could be higher. One way to boost happiness? Try walking or biking to work. People who do this report higher levels of job satisfaction. Also, think about jazzing up your desk. One study found workers were 32% more productive when they decorated their workspaces. Researchers suggest adding plants, artwork, or something personal in your area. Another way to boost happiness is to write down meaningful moments that happen on the job. In one Harvard study, participants who wrote down daily notes about their successes at work enjoyed higher levels of creativity and motivation. Also, move more throughout your day. In one study, researchers discovered people who moved more frequently tended to report greater life satisfaction compared to those who spent more time sitting in a chair. Lastly, try to foster friendships at work. A poll found people who have a best friend at work are twice as likely to be engaged in their jobs and have a better sense of well-being. Can money buy happiness at work? One study found that earning more money makes people happier until they reach $75,000 a year. After that, researchers say money doesn't have an impact. With ways to live your best life, I'm Andrew Douglas, Action News 5. Okay, a new study says 40% of workers believe burnout is an inevitable part of success, but it also has many people looking for more than just a vacation. Consumer investigator Rachel DePompa digs into this latest trend, mini retirements.
Job burnout is real. A new study by Asana looked at more than 10,000 workers across 7 countries and found 70% experienced job burnout in the last year. Burnout happens when the stress or the pressure from work reaches a tipping point, leading some people to take a mini retirement. Denitha Doe, the founder of the website Money and Mimosas, says that's an intentional break from a job, usually lasting somewhere between 3 months and a year.
Most folks are familiar with the term sabbatical, and they can be interchanged. I see sabbaticals as being covered by your place of employment, and at this time, not all employers offer sabbatical. I hope one day it becomes more of the norm and we all have access to this. But in the meantime, we've got mini retirements, which are self-funded. So the individual is funding their intentional career break.
She says there are 3 unusual signs that you may need a mini retirement. One is if you love your job, but you're lacking the motivation to complete tasks. The second is if you can't remember what you like to do for fun, especially women who take on careers while raising a family and they just never take time for themselves. Doe says a mini retirement doesn't necessarily mean quitting your job, but it depends on your employer. You may have to find a new job.
However, I'm starting to see more and more employers recognize the need for these intentional career breaks. So they may not fund your mini retirement. You may not be receiving payments, a salary during this time, but they may hold your job during your intentional break so that it's there once you're ready to return.
The third sign you might need a mini retirement, you start a side hustle or passion project and you just lack the follow through because of stress or exhaustion. Doe says a mini retirement is an opportunity to readjust your lifestyle and find more joy and peace and fulfillment. With this, watching your wallet, I'm Rachel DePompa.
A Florida teen found a baby abandoned on the street over the weekend. The 16-year-old took quick action, got help for the 21-month-old child before that child spent any more time in a hot and scorching temperature car. Brandon Byer has more on this.
They left the baby out, and we don't know who this is.
A 21-month-old baby boy left outside on a scorching hot Sunday, the Broward Sheriff's Office says, by someone who'd just stolen a car. Thankfully, just a few minutes later, 16-year-old Jamichael Young found the child.
I just walked out the house, and then I saw a baby in the road.
Jamichael called 911. He and his family immediately making sure the little boy was okay.
Like, we changed his diaper because it was wet, and then we got us some juice and stuff.
Someone else in the family started posting pictures on social media. Soon after, the boy's mother was there to pick up the child.
As she came here, she was crying. They was out here for a long time.
BSO says the little boy was inside a car that was stolen just a few blocks from here. They believe whoever stole the car then dropped the baby off, car seat and all, with temperatures well into the 90s.
He could die from heat, hydration. It's too hot out here. I'm already sweating right now.
Jamichael believes God guided him to help the child.
If it wasn't for God, I've never been here. God was to make me want to come outside. God did.
And saved the baby's life, probably.
Yeah, it was God.
His dad said he raised the teenager to always do the right thing, and he's not surprised to see it happen.
He came to me and he said, Dad, I think I did something good today. I said, I think so too. If all of us could be loving to each other, it would be a beautiful world.
Thanks for joining us here on ActionNews5.com, as well as the Action News 5 digital properties and Action News 5 Plus 5.5. Of course, as you're getting out the door here today, the weather fantastic across the Mid-South, enjoying some lower humidity, a light north breeze, and cooler temperatures. Of course, yesterday got up to 94 degrees here in the Mid-South. Today, nowhere near close to that. Some spots may even fail to even hit 80 degrees. A lot of spots, though, upper 70s and low 80s. Lots of sunshine. A couple of passing clouds will make their way through the region. I'm in a northerly to northwesterly wind coming in here. Around 10 to 15. Some gusts around 20, not out of the realm of possibility here today, but most spots not looking half bad here on your Tuesday. Winds will go mostly calm tonight. That will allow for the temperatures to drop off like a rock in a pond as we have those lower humidity values. And not only that, we're dealing with clear skies, so we don't have a blanket to keep our temperatures super warm across much of the area. So a little drop in humidity even going into tomorrow comparatively to today, and then we start to creep back up heading towards the end of the week. It won't get terrible, let's say it like that. It won't get to the point to where it's just downright disgustingly hot, at least in the short term, but towards the end of this forecast, we'll get to the point to where it's getting plenty toasty outside yet again. But this rare August front dropping in here, feeling much more like shades of fall, late September, early October, with high temperatures in the lower 80s, getting back to the mid 80s by Thursday. And it's not just here, again, it's regionally. You've got temperatures in the upper 70s in Kansas City, getting back to the middle to upper 80s as we head through Wednesday and Thursday. Even Louisville, Kentucky, 77 today, 81 Wednesday, back to the mid 80s by Thursday. Notice down to the south, Jackson, Mississippi, yesterday, for the second day in a row, 105-degree temperature, actual air temperature, not the heat index. Only getting down into the low 90s for highs on Tuesday, maybe in the upper 80s by Wednesday as the front makes progress down to the south. But notice right behind that, back to 95, and even out towards Dallas and Fort Worth, you got temperatures coming down mid-90s Tuesday, Wednesday, back to 108 degrees. And of course, that ridge of high pressure that has been baking places like Texas and Louisiana, South Mississippi, South Alabama, even Mobile, Alabama, approaching 100 degrees the last couple of days as well. It's hard to hit 100 degrees really down there in Mobile. I think the record high all time is 105. And of course, you just go up the road 3.5 hours up to Jackson. They've been hitting it, pretty consistently. Here's a look at our futurecast. Our weather pretty quiet across the Mid-South. Upper 70s and lower 80s. Again, shades of fall across the Mid-South. And not just here locally. You head up towards Cape Girardeau in the upper 70s here today. Near 80 in Fayetteville, Arkansas. And the middle 80s down towards Little Rock and Pine Bluff. 80 degrees Nashville. Low 80s out towards Huntsville, Alabama. We've got temperatures coming down into the 60s into much of the Mid-South. There could be a couple of cooler pockets trying to eke out maybe 60, 59, 58 degrees for a little bit of time. Probably get down into that in some of the higher elevations over in northwest Arkansas, 55 in Fayetteville, 60 in Cape Girardeau, and low 60s down towards Pine Bluff. Then a mixture of sunshine and clouds again for your Wednesday. High temperatures in the lower to a few mid 80s. And middle to maybe an upper 80, trying to get in there by the time we head towards the afternoon hours of your Thursday. As a frontal boundary approaches us, that front may squeeze out a shower or two in a couple spots, but many spots likely to stay dry in the 7-day forecast. So we'll keep sunshine the theme all the way through that 7-day. Rain chances near or at 0. I'd say near because there might be a shower sneaking in here late Friday into Saturday as that front moves into the region. So it may squeeze out a rogue shower just the amount of moisture that may be sitting in the atmosphere. That will knock the numbers back just a little bit when it comes down to humidity, but it will be brief because the southerly winds will kick back in here through the end of the weekend, start of next week. And with that being said, the temperatures will come back up as well. The big impact for us probably in the next couple of days is that as we stay quiet underneath high pressure, dry air, dry ground will become a bit more prevalent, and that is going to add in a feedback loop, and that's going to bring our temperatures up as we head towards next week. And it looks like next week's forecast likely to the middle and even some upper 90s on a pretty regular basis through next week. So let's enjoy the fall-like preview for now. It's not going to stay here for long, so don't go outside with your pumpkin spice lattes and your pumpkins out on your front porch because they will be done toast very quickly as the heat cranks up here as we head towards the end of the weekend and into next week.
Memphis Tiger women's soccer team, #1 preseason AAC poll for the second straight year. The Tigers are the two-time defending AAC champions, expected to win 3 straight. Memphis also has 3 players on the AAC preseason watch list. We are talking about Rock Taylor caught 20 passes for, oh wait, we're talking about something different there. Let's talk about the Memphis Tigers. Let's talk about them for a second because, and when I say Memphis Tigers, I mean the football team. They got the football team season kicking off in just a little bit. We already know that quarterback Seth Hennigan will be ready, but who will be catching the ball? That's what Tigers first-year receiver coach Larry Smith is trying to find out.
They've been taking coaching really well. It's a fun group. They want to get better. They want to learn. They really want to be coached. They started to do a good job of holding each other accountable as well. So that makes it a lot easier for me.
Okay, so Rock Taylor caught 20 passes for 225 yards and a touchdown last year. The Tigers will face off against Bethune-Cookman at Simmons Bank.
All right, Amanda Hansen here in the Action News 5 digital desk. So you finally found the apartment that you want. You can afford it. You have gotten through, you've been accepted. You've filled out everything that you needed to. And the last thing you need to do, fill out your lease. Well, we have an expert here to talk more about some of the things you maybe need to keep in mind before you sign the dotted line. It is it's founder and CEO of Dwellsy, Jonas Bordeaux. Good morning. How you doing?
Good morning. I'm doing great. Great to be here.
Well, I'm glad to have you on because I think this is something people here in the Mid-South are really interested to know about. We get emails and phone calls all the time about tenants that are upset with their landlords and they're not fixing this. You know, I don't have the AC's not repaired and, you know, they're telling us we have to pay for this out of pocket. So let's kind of go through that checklist on what you need to do before you agree to a lease.
Well, you know, the first and most important thing that you really need to think about with the lease is this is a legal contract and you actually have to read it. I know we're all conditioned these days. You know, we sign so many contracts in the course of just getting on the internet for 10 minutes. You accept contracts right, left, and center, and most of the time that has no consequences. But when you're signing a lease for an apartment or a rental house, that is a binding legal contract, and it can be really quite complex. I've seen leases that are 85 pages or longer. So there's a lot of details in there, and you really need to attempt to understand it. Some of the basics are, you know, how much are you actually going to have to pay? Some of the headline costs may not include some other expenses that are in there, so you really need to understand that. What are your renewal rights? What can you expect from the landlord in terms of repairs, as you mentioned, Amanda? How's the landlord going to behave? A lot of that is written in the lease, so if you read the lease, you really understand that a lot better. If you don't, you're at a huge disadvantage.
Good advice. And like you said, some of those leases can be 80 pages long. And a lot of times I've been through the process where you're getting the apartment. They'll be like, well, this piece of paper essentially just means this, and they just want you to sign. Right. So like you said, reading that fine print, making sure you fully understand what they're going to be responsible for and whatnot. And then I know at one point was talking about the acceleration clause. Can you talk about that and the importance of recognizing and paying attention to that as well?
Yeah, the acceleration clause can be a real surprise for folks. Sometimes you move into a place and it seems great, and then you find out, lo and behold, the landlord is selling the place and you have to be out in 30 days. That can be quite shocking for a lot of people. But so, read the lease, look for a clause that says what happens if the landlord sells, or if the landlord wants you out for some reason. Do they have an acceleration clause in there that allows them to end the lease early under certain situations? Because you may think you're secure for 12 months or longer. But with an acceleration clause in there, your lease can end much faster. So that's a really important thing to look for.
There's also the whole thing about the landlord's right to enter your apartment, right?
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. One of the things that is, fundamentally you're renting a place, it's a landlord's place. They have some right to enter, not only for, things that you might not want them to do, but also just to do basic maintenance. And, sometimes there's things like replacing the HVAC filter that they need to do from time to time just to maintain the place. So there's generally rules in the lease about what the landlord's right of entry is, how much notice do they have to give you, what kind of repeated entry is allowed, what circumstances under which they're allowed. And generally it's quite specific in there about that. So if you know that and you understand that, that's going to stand you in good stead, and you'll be, much better able to deal with the landlord and the things that they have to do. If you don't, and you get frustrated with the landlord coming by, sometimes the landlord just needs to do the basics on your place. And other times the landlord really shouldn't be in there or is really bothering you if, for example, they're marketing the place or trying to re-rent it. It can be quite invasive. So understanding the lease, understanding what their rights are and what your rights are is really important to make sure you get along with your landlord in that situation.
Another thing that I thought was interesting was making sure you understand about whether or not you can sublet or Airbnb your rental, because I think a lot more people are doing that sort of thing now.
Yeah. No, rents are up a lot. I was just looking before this call, 3-bedroom house rents, which is a very popular rental type in Memphis, up almost 20% over the last year. And some people are saying, well, I'm going to be out of town, or I'm going to be staying at a friend's house for a couple of days. I'll just Airbnb it and that'll help me make my rent. But that is a very specific thing that's called out in the lease most of the time as to whether you're allowed to not just sublet for short term, but sublet for long term. Say you take a job in another part of the country and you've got another 6 months left on your lease. Are you able to sublet it to somebody else, or are you on the hook for the balance of that lease? It's really important, again, to read the lease to understand that. And increasingly, landlords are allowing Airbnb activity in the house so long as it's done responsibly. But it's not the case everywhere, and a lot of landlords are still not allowing it. So again, understanding what your lease allows and how that's going to impact your ability to make rent. If you're counting on an extra $200, $300, $500 from Airbnb-ing your place in order to pay the rent, you got to make sure you're able to do that.
For sure. And like I said, it's so common. People are wanting to do that now. And like you said, with the rent, it's expensive to rent here in Memphis. And so, yeah.
It really is. $1,600 a month rent for a 3-bedroom house, that's almost $20,000 a year. Like, that is a lot of money.
It is a lot of money. That's why I finally decided to buy. So I'm in a home now, but I've been a renter for 10 plus years. So yeah, it's very expensive. Another thing I think is important that people need to make sure to look at is, what happens after their lease is over, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. No, absolutely. The end of the lease is a really important time for a bunch of reasons. Number one, you've got a security deposit on the hook. So you want to make sure you leave your place in good condition. You want to make sure you take some photographs of the place when you're moving in the original condition before you put a single piece of your furniture in or touch the place. And you send those over to your landlord so you have agreement on what the place looked like when you moved in. And then when you're moving out, take a look at those photos and understand what the difference is. If there's a couple of nail holes from from putting up paintings and that sort of thing, that shouldn't be an issue. And there's always wear and tear. Carpet only lasts 3 or 4 years, that kind of thing. But if your dog has dug a hole in the carpet, or if something went wrong and there's a hole in the wall somewhere, you're going to be on the hook for that. So really understanding the condition of the place is important. And then understanding your notice requirements. Do you have to give 90 days notice, 60 days notice, 30 days notice? That'll tell you how far in advance you need to give that notice. And then there's a lot of rules around, what the inspections look like, how clean you have to leave the place, all of those sorts of things. So it's really, again, important to understand the lease and what the terms are around that, because you want to leave in good condition. And in a lot of cases, your new landlord will call your old landlord to find out how you were as a tenant in that home. And so you want that landlord to say nice things about you wherever possible. And you want to get your security deposit back for sure.
Yeah, I was going to say, that was where I was going next, is making sure you know how you're going to get your security deposit back. Is there going to be some sort of cleaning fee that's going to be automatically docked off from what your security deposit was? Can you talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, absolutely. So again, in the lease, there will be detailed description of how your security deposit is going to be handled. Most of the time, it's held by the landlord for the duration of the lease, and it is available to you, but not a guarantee that it's going to come back to you. And there's always, challenges on the margin with differences. Did that carpet really need to be replaced? Did that wall really need to be repainted? There's a lot of frustration in those details, but most of the time, it's pretty straightforward. If you can document that you are leaving the place in the same condition that you found it, you are entitled to get your security deposit back. The key is you have to have that documentation to make sure you're doing it. Most of the time, if you're renting from a big company, it can be fairly straightforward, although even there I've seen problems with disagreements between the landlord and the company that they're renting from. But with individual landlords, there's a lot of nuance and a lot of lack of understanding about how these things work. So really, make sure you have your act together just in case your landlord doesn't. Again, make sure you send those photos when you first move in about the condition to your landlord and you all agree. And then when you serve notice, do a walkthrough with the landlord and understand any issues. If you have the ability to do a little patching and painting, then go ahead and do that and talk to the landlord about what you're going to do. Always make sure you leave it as clean as possible when you go out. If you can do that yourself, that's great. Sometimes that means getting a cleaning crew yourself through. I guarantee you a cleaning crew you're going to find is probably going to be less expensive than a cleaning crew the landlord's going to use and charge you for. So make sure you really, tick and tie all those details.
Good point. All good information. And, I figured it would be an easy transition to say, like you said, you've read the lease, you went through it all, and you mentioned the rent in Memphis just being so high. Are there ways to negotiate your lease? Is that possible?
100%. And thank you so much for asking for that, because, so many folks don't realize they can negotiate their rent. You wouldn't buy a car without negotiating. Everybody's very conditioned to that experience. But it's exactly the same around the rent. And there's all kinds of different things you can get. And the most important thing is to really understand what you want and understand what the landlord wants. Say you need an extra parking space and the landlord has one. Maybe that's something you can negotiate for. Say you don't need the parking space for your unit and you can give that back and the landlord can rent that to somebody else. Maybe that's an opportunity to get a lower rent. Maybe you're handy and you want to, do some fix up stuff around the house, and that's something you enjoy. Well, that's a great skill set to have, and that's really valuable to the landlord, especially small landlords, because they often don't have the resources to do that effectively themselves. So if you can take on a portion of that, that's worth a lower rent in a lot of cases. So, again, understand what your landlord wants. Understand what you want and are able to contribute, and then try to find the middle ground where everybody benefits a little bit. And you can often save some serious money on the rent or get a few other things thrown in, free parking spot, an extra month of rent. There's all kinds of different things you could possibly ask for.
And I think a lot of times people don't even think that that's an option, that they can't negotiate, that they just have to sign the dotted line and what you see is what you got to pay. And so good stuff. I'm glad that we went through some of that. So anything else you want to make sure we mention before we let you go?
I think the key is just renting's a great choice for a lot of people, right? It gives you a lot of flexibility. You have more time in your day because you don't have to do maintenance of your own home. And in almost every market in the country, including Memphis, renting is cheaper than owning in most cases. So it's a great choice for a lot of people, and it's something to be celebrated to get your new rental home. The important thing is just to find the right place for you.
Jonas Bordeaux, CEO and founder of Dwellsy. This has been a great conversation. It's so informative and helpful, and I mean, it gives people that are renting right now something to think about. So I appreciate you and your time.
Amanda, thank you so much. And if your viewers want anything more, Everything Renting is now available in bookstores with a lot more details on this. So thank you.
All right, travel, you may know this already, is surging this summer. Record number of travelers for 4th of July and other portions of the summer. Increased travel, rising prices can come with increased headaches. Have you traveled recently? Perhaps you've been delayed. Perhaps your flight was canceled. Especially when traveling internationally, that can be certainly a headache. I'm joined now by a woman who goes by Jet Set Sarah. Her name is Sarah Greaves Gabaldon, and she's joining us on the Action News 5 digital desk. Jet Set Sarah, tell me what's happening when it comes to travel right now. We've seen a record number, but also tons of hangups, tons of delays, passport seekers. Yeah. What are some steps that travelers can take in order to make sure they're best prepared for their next trip? Good morning.
Good morning, Andrew. So yes, everyone's been going everywhere all at once this summer, and it looks like they're going to be doing exactly the same things through the fall, into the winter, and into 2024. So you got to be prepared, particularly if you want to travel internationally. We're seeing huge waiting times, processing times for passports, up to 12 weeks. That's 3 months. And I'm definitely saying to people, please don't book any kind of international travel without having your passport in hand, because it can take a long time, even if you expedite. I think that if you do have travel, say for an emergency, or you're traveling within 2 weeks, then you can definitely get in touch with the passport office, call their 800 number, try and get a walk-in appointment at a passport agency near you, or try using a passport expediting service like Rush My Passport. They can try and help you with first-time passports, renewals, and with visas. But definitely the number one tip right now is go check your passport, make sure you have one, and make sure it's valid.
Yeah, good advice there for sure, Sarah. Tell me about cruising. I understand taking a cruise right now is so hot. What's the best advice you have for someone planning to do some travel on the seas?
Yeah, cruising is really hot. Cruising has attracted people who are really very loyal about it, and now the cruise lines are trying to attract people who are younger, people like me, Gen X, the elder millennials, to try them, show them that cruising is cool. And one of the reasons why we're seeing such a wave in cruising is because it can also be very cost effective. So we've seen Americans going in droves to Europe this summer. Hasn't been cheap. Airfares are not cheap, neither are hotels. But if you go on a cruise that offers all-inclusive pricing, so you've got your accommodation, you've got your food and your drink included, you could end up seeing, say, on a 7-night cruise, 4 or 5 different European destinations for just a couple $100 a day. So it's really cost effective. So you want to get on that, get on the cruising train, on the cruising ship. And definitely I recommend that you see a travel advisor who specializes in cruising, because cruises are not necessarily something that you want to do yourself. See a specialist, see a professional.
That's good advice. I know exactly what you mean. Now, we know that costs are going up and up and up. And even though costs are continuing to rise, it doesn't mean that we can't find a great deal out there. What's your best advice for people that are trying to find deals when it comes to travel?
Yeah, open your wallet, not to spend money, but look at those affinity cards and membership cards that you have in your wallet and see what discounts and specials they offer. So personally, for me, I'm a member of AARP. They have a travel center powered by Expedia that gives me deals and specials. We talked about cruising. As an AARP member, I can get up to $200 state board credit with Holland America Cruises. I can get discounts on British Airways transatlantic trips. So the point is, look at the things that you're already a member of, the clubs that you're affiliated with, see what discounts you can get through that, and then work it and plan early.
Okay, so we're more than halfway through 2023. The summer's almost done. I mean, kids are back in school here in Memphis and the Mid-South. People are already starting to plan for travel in 2024. Do you have any travel predictions or advice heading into the winter and beyond?
Yeah, so travel is going to continue to be strong. Also, so definitely book early. We're looking at between 21 and 60 days in advance for flights. If you're booking a flight, make sure it's a refundable flight so that in case the price does drop, you can cancel that one and get buy a new ticket. But in terms of predictions, cruising definitely hot, but cruising to a specific type of cruising, expedition cruising. So to the Arctic, to Antarctica, all those places that were bucket list trips that we thought we'll get to one day. The pandemic taught us that, one day is not promised. So everyone's doing that. We're seeing a lot more wellness travel, whether that means going to a spa or just incorporating some sort of wellness activity into your trip. People are doing that. I mean, basically, everyone's just getting back out there, and they're getting out there in droves.
It sounds like it. Okay. Well, listen, she goes by the name Jet Set Sarah, and so she's giving advice to all of you. We appreciate your time, Sarah. Thanks very much.
Thank you. It was a pleasure.
Thanks for joining us here on ActionNews5.com, as well as the Action News 5 digital properties and Action News 5 Plus 5.5. Of course, as you're getting out the door here today, the weather fantastic across the Mid-South, enjoying some lower humidity, a light north breeze, and cooler temperatures. Of course, yesterday got up to 94 degrees here in the Mid-South. Today, nowhere close to that. Some spots may even fail to even hit 80 degrees. A lot of spots, though, upper 70s and low 80s. Lots of sunshine. A couple of passing clouds will make their way through the region. Amid that northerly to northwesterly wind coming in here. Around 10 to 15. Some gusts around 20, not out of the realm of possibility here today, but most spots not looking half bad here on your Tuesday. Winds will go mostly calm tonight. That will allow for the temperatures to drop off like a rock in a pond as we have those lower humidity values. And not only that, we're dealing with clear skies, so we don't have a blanket to keep our temperatures super warm across much of the area. So a little drop in humidity even going into tomorrow comparatively to today, and then we start to creep back up heading towards the end of the week. It won't get terrible, let's say it like that. It won't get to the point to where it's just downright disgustingly hot, at least in the short term, but towards the end of this forecast, we'll get to the point to where it's getting plenty toasty outside yet again. But this rare August front dropping in here, feeling much more like shades of fall, late September, early October, with high temperatures in the lower 80s, getting back to the mid 80s by Thursday. And it's not just here, again, it's regionally. You've got temperatures in the upper 70s in Kansas City, getting back to the middle to upper 80s as we head through Wednesday and Thursday, even Louisville, Kentucky, 77 today, 81 Wednesday, back to the mid 80s by Thursday. Notice down to the south, Jackson, Mississippi, yesterday, for the second day in a row, 105 degree temperature, actual air temperature, not the heat index. Only getting down into the low 90s for highs on Tuesday, maybe in the upper 80s by Wednesday as the front makes progress down to the south. But notice right behind that, back to 95, and even out towards Dallas and Fort Worth, you got temperatures coming down mid 90s Tuesday, Wednesday, back to 108 degrees. And of course, that ridge of high pressure that has been baking places like Texas and Louisiana, South Mississippi, South Alabama, even Mobile, Alabama, approaching 100 degrees the last couple of days as well. It's hard to hit 100 degrees really down there in Mobile. I think the record high all time is 105. And of course, you just go up the road 3.5 hours up to Jackson. They've been hitting it, pretty consistently. Here's a look at our futurecast. Our weather pretty quiet across the Mid-South, upper 70s and lower 80s. Again, shades of fall across the Mid-South, and not just here locally. You head up towards Cape Girardeau in the upper 70s here today, near 80 in Fayetteville, Arkansas, and the middle 80s down towards Little Rock and Pine Bluff, 80 degrees Nashville, low 80s out towards Huntsville, Alabama. We've got temperatures coming down into the 60s into much of the Mid-South. There could be a couple of cooler pockets trying to eke out maybe 60, 59, 58 degrees for a little bit of time. Probably get down into that in some of the higher elevations over in northwest Arkansas, 55 in Fayetteville, 60 in Cape Girardeau, and low 60s down towards Pine Bluff. Then a mixture of sunshine and clouds again for your Wednesday. High temperatures in the lower to a few mid 80s. And middle to maybe an upper 80, trying to get in there by the time we head towards the afternoon hours of your Thursday. As a frontal boundary approaches us, that front may squeeze out a shower or two in a couple spots, but many spots likely to stay dry in the 7-day forecast. So we'll keep sunshine the theme all the way through that 7-day. Rain chances near or at zero. I'd say near because there might be a shower sneaking in here late Friday into Saturday as that front moves into the region. So may squeeze out a rogue shower just the amount of moisture that may be sitting in the atmosphere. That will knock the numbers back just a little bit when it comes down to humidity, but it will be brief because the southerly winds will kick back in here through the end of the weekend, start of next week. And with that being said, the temperatures will come back up as well. The big impact for us probably in the next couple of days is that as we stay quiet underneath high pressure, dry air, dry ground will become a bit more prevalent, and that is going to add in a feedback loop, and that's going to bring our temperatures up as we head towards next week. And it looks like next week's forecast likely to the middle and even some upper 90s on a pretty regular basis through next week. So let's enjoy the fall-like preview for now. It's not going to stay here for long, so don't go outside with your pumpkin spice lattes and your pumpkins out on your front porch, because they will be done toast very quickly as the heat cranks up here as we head towards the end of the weekend and into next week.
Amanda Hansen back here at the Action News 5 digital desk. You know, social media is filled with all kinds of posts touting the latest weight loss method. Well, with more than 110 million people on TikTok, Berberry, a natural botanical found in a number of plants, including Indian barberry, is being called nature's Ozempic. So joining us now to talk more about this is pharmacist Sherry Torkis. She is going to share more about this craze and also if this works, if it's safe. Good morning. How you doing?
Hi, good morning. I'm doing well, thank you.
Well, I'm glad to be talking about this. I think there's so many people that are interested in this. I know my co-anchor that also helps me on the digital desk was like, I'm going to watch that one tomorrow because I'm always interested in this sort of thing. So what is Berberry? And let's just talk about why it's become so popular.
Yeah, so berberine is, it's a compound actually that's found in a number of plants, including, as you mentioned, barberry and also golden seal and goldenrod and some other plants. And it's not new. It's actually been around for thousands of years and has a long history of use as a medicinal plant for metabolic health and a number of things. But I think why it's becoming so popular now is that there is now a number of clinical studies mounting research that's backing the benefits of berberine. So it's getting the attention of the medical community, people that are holistically and integrated practices like myself. And then with social media, when people get good results with something, of course, they're out there sharing the news on social media. So there's a lot of buzz about berberine right now.
And you were talking about the research. What kind of benefits has that research found?
Yeah, so there have been a number of clinical studies looking at the benefits of berberine, and some studies, there was actually a meta-analysis that came out just recently of 18 clinical studies where they were looking at the therapeutic effects of berberine. And the authors concluded in this meta-analysis, which was published in the journal called Frontiers in Pharmacology, it's a PubMed a citation, that it does indeed help with weight loss, helps with obesity, also helps improve blood sugar control and insulin resistance, as well as having a positive impact on lipid levels, helping to lower the bad LDL and total cholesterol, as well as increasing the beneficial HDL cholesterol.
And you were talking about blood sugar. You know, we all know that too much sugar is not good for our health, but how do you curb those cravings? Is this something that can help?
Yeah, berberine does definitely help in this area, because when we're looking at strategies to curb sugar cravings, it's important to realize that if you can stabilize your blood sugar levels, that will in turn help to reduce sugar cravings. So berberine as a tool, the berberine phytosome in particular is what you want to look for, because one of the drawbacks of berberine is it doesn't have a really great absorption into the body. But if you look for a berberine phytosome, it combines the berberine with a fat-soluble molecule, and that gives you greater absorption. And it helps to stabilize blood sugar levels and improve insulin sensitivity. Now, also from a lifestyle perspective, other things you can do to curb those sugar cravings would be to choose carbohydrates that release more slowly into sugar in your system. So high fiber, multigrain, whole grain breads, nuts, seeds, beans, legumes, things like that are released more slowly into sugar in your system. And when you're choosing your foods for your meals, also add some healthy fats and protein to your meals. That will also slow down what we call the glycemic response, because the idea is you want your blood sugar stable. You don't want it going up and down like a roller coaster. So those are some things that you can do to help curb those sugar cravings.
And then everybody, of course, they talk about metabolism and they want to improve their metabolism. Is there a way to rev up your maybe sluggish metabolism?
Yeah, I would say this is something I often hear from patients. You know, my metabolism is so sluggish. It's like I'm eating the same, but I'm gaining weight or I'm not losing. And it does become more difficult as we get older. Beyond age 40, we start to lose muscle mass. That affects our metabolism. So some things you can do to help rev up your metabolism would be to do some weight training exercises. If you don't have a gym membership, you can use your own body weight as resistance, push-ups, lunges, squats, things like that, or pick up some hand weights or use exercise tubing. That helps to rev up your metabolism. The more muscle you have, the more calories you burn. Also, intermittent fasting, so going for periods of time without eating. So if you finish, say, your last meal of the day at 6 p.m., if you can hold off eating until 8 or 9 a.m. the next day and have a good period of fasting, that will also help with metabolism. And then berberine as a tool, I mentioned it has positive effects on overall metabolic health. It does help to improve the body's energy expenditure, so burning more calories and storing less body fat. So berberine can be a tool in this area as well.
This is so interesting to me, and I love talking about this kind of stuff. And of course, those natural ways to be able to, help your body. And I think you hear so much about gut health, and that's the key to so many things in your overall health. How does maybe your gut health impact your ability to lose weight? Can we talk about that some?
Yeah. Gut health is becoming increasingly important where we're aware that gut health impacts immune system. Gut health also impacts our metabolism as well as our body's fat storage, hormones, and other factors that affect our metabolic health. So what researchers have found is that there's a bacteria that's native to our digestive tract called Akkermansia. And if you have low levels of this beneficial bug, it's correlated to problems with weight management and poor metabolism. So if you can increase levels of this bug, Akkermansia, it turns out that can also help with weight loss. And researchers believe this is one of the mechanisms by which berberine does help with weight loss, in that it increases levels of this beneficial bacteria, Akkermansia, and then that is correlated with more efficient metabolism and helping the body to lose weight.
So if we have people that are watching here and they're saying, you know what, I'm interested in berberine and how it can maybe impact me, is this something that you could just pick up over the counter at, say, Walgreens or CVS?
Yeah, it is available without a prescription. I would say your health food store is probably going to be the best bet to find the berberine. And what you want to look for when you're choosing a supplement is the berberine phytosome. I know Enzymedica is one company that has a good quality phytosome product. And the reason for that, again, is that berberine does not have very good absorption or bioavailability. So if you choose the phytosome, which is bound to the lipid molecule, that will give you greater absorption. So you can take a lower dose. And what I would say to people as well that are considering supplementing with berberine, it's always a good idea to check with your pharmacist or doctor just to make sure that it's the right choice for you, depending on what medications you're taking or your medical history. Berberine is generally very well tolerated, and I know that there's been a lot raised recently about some of the dangers with Ozempic, some of the concerns with side effects and risks. I will say berberine is very well tolerated and has been under quite extensive clinical research.
Well, this has been such an interesting conversation, and I've learned a lot from it. Where can people go if they want to find out some more information, Sherry?
You can check out my website, which is sherrytorkos.com. It's SherryTorkos. I posted a blog on berberine on my website, so you can read more about the properties of berberine, the benefits, the research, and how to supplement with berberine.
Well, Amanda Hansen back here at the Action News 5 digital desk. You know, a lot of parents had that high school senior. They're now headed to college. Our kids going back for, sophomore, senior year to college. And it's difficult. It's hard to say goodbye. You're sending them off into the world to live on campus, maybe distances away from you. And so it's important to make sure you're staying connected with your child. College is such a hard time, and you're growing, you're learning who you are, you're trying to figure out your next steps, and then there's all the challenges that come along the way of a child being out for their first time without their parent kind of monitoring what they're doing their homework, making sure that they're, staying out of the wrong crowds. And so we want to dive into this and talk about how you can really make sure that you're staying connected with your child during this time in their life. And we have David McGee that's joining us here back on the digital desk again. David, I know we just had you back on here not too long ago talking about just the tough conversations that you need to have with your child before you send them off to college. But now once they get there, it's important to make sure that you're still touching base, you're there, you're that person they can lean on. Good morning, and let's go ahead and dive in and talk about it.
Great, thanks for having me.
So how do you start this? You know, you send them off, you want them to have they're ready to have their independence, and you know, I'm going to take on the world, and this is, you know, a big transition in their life. How do you go about making sure that you're still letting them know that you're there and you want to make sure that you're keeping them on the right path?
I think it's so important that you don't hover over them. However, you want to maintain a presence of support, of listening. You need to let them know consistently you are there and there for them without consistently hovering over them, if that makes sense.
Absolutely makes sense, because like you said, they don't want you to hover. They want to adventure out. They want to, you know, start, you know, taking the world on their own. And so what about making sure they have the tools that they need and sharing those with them in order to make sure that they do thrive?
That's right. So every college and university has counseling centers. And what I tell parents, when you're dropping your child off, you yourself might want to locate that. And you also want to make sure you share that information with them, not in a pushy way. They don't like to be pushed, but you want to give them the tools of there's support available. Also, it's important to know that some 80% of college students will feel very lonely at some point during the career. Not a little bit lonely, and not some of them. Most of them will feel at some point very lonely. It's important that you understand as parents, and also that your child understands and you convey to them that it's normal to have those feelings. I have a niece checking in to the dorm at Ole Miss. I was talking to her yesterday. She's a freshman. I said, look, you're going to feel two very strong feelings. One is such excitement. Two, afraid a little bit, anxious a lot. These go hand in hand. They're natural. Conveying that to your student is so critical.
And I know one of the points that you mentioned as I was reading through just some of these tips is having the joy talk. Explain that.
Yeah, so, you know, we've taught young people, and we ourselves, when we went to college, you're thinking, well, this is the time of your life. And the rite of passage of that seems to mean substances and parties. The truth of the matter is what all young people want is joy. And we know that substances take joy away. So what you want to encourage your child to do and feel the freedom to do is to explore themselves, to have fun with friends, to understand that, you know, a good walk or you know, engaging with friends brings a lot of that joyful stimulation. And it's not necessarily the party. And in fact, the vast majority of students that I know who aren't having joy, they're spending their time in substances, marijuana, alcohol, that steal this joy. So it's very important to convey that message.
For sure. And I know we were talking during our last conversation, it's just how marijuana and some of these substances are so different from when, like, say, you were back at, you know, at that point in your life. And so it's important that they understand, you know, finding that joy and not leaning into those sorts of things. You know, sometimes I notice, you know, teenagers and you're interacting with them, sometimes they're going to be kind of short answer. They're not going to say a lot, you know, you ask, you know, so how's it going? It's good. How do you get that conversation going, and what advice do you have as far as like that goes to get them to really have those deeper conversations?
So what parents need to do to maintain contact with their college student is don't call them and message them continually and tell them what they should be doing on campus. It's very important for parents to stay present with your college student, but present in an openness. Bring open-ended questions. How did it feel going to your first day of classes? Pause. How does it feel when your roommate is out on the town and you're at home trying to organize or study? Pause. Listen. These kind of open-ended questions will give you the clues to how they are truly doing. If you give them the loaded question, how are you doing? Fine, as you note, that's what you're going to get back. They want to please you. They want to please us. And so having those open-ended questions is so critical. And one thing I'll add is, not to put the fear in parents, but just this week in Oxford, in tiny Oxford, which people always say is like Mayberry, the police and sheriff's department put out a release 2 days ago that said there's a rise in overdoses directly tied to counterfeit pills, which have fentanyl in them, right here in our community in Oxford. And parents are like, what do I do? That's why my latest book out is called Things Have Changed. It's written for parents. And I share a lot of these tips because parents, we can get gripped by fear. These things are here. They are here. But how you convey to your child, keeping the conversation open with them, letting them know where there's resources so they don't try to tempt and self-medicate themselves into a dangerous spot.
And I love the point you said when you're talking to your kids to just listen. Because sometimes that's just what they need, is someone that's going to listen to them. They're going to tell them, validate their feelings. And sometimes that's what they need, right?
Oh, listen, you got it. Validate their feelings. They need to be seen and heard. And I finally learned with my daughter, who battled an eating disorder when she was in high school and college, and she's now in her late 20s and a mother of 3, and we have a wonderful relationship. I've learned to, if she's feeling some anxiety about motherhood or something now, to say, hey, how are you doing? And what can I do for you? Validate it. Instead of trying to go, it's okay. Hey, you've got this big event coming up this weekend and it's all going to be fine. Trying to talk her out of it did not work. Validating them, seeing them, and validating their feelings. They're off at college. Sure, they're excited. They're scared. They're afraid. And they're wondering, how do I fit in? Where is my place? And who am I?
Exactly. And, I like the idea of having those conversations, getting them to talk, and the book, things have changed. And like you said, there is a lot that's changed. And I think a lot of times kids in college, that age, they're like, Mom, Dad, you don't understand. You don't understand. It's different. And so I think it's great to have this tool that helps to give them some insight into how it's changed.
Because it's changed so much, parents say to me, like, I know what's going on. And I'm like, no, you don't. No, you don't. You don't have a clue, because it has changed so fast and so drastically.
Oh, for sure. And if you are concerned about your child, a lot of times, you have these conversations. You don't want to miss those verbal cues that something's wrong. I mean, how do you go about just looking for, just being mindful of that?
Maya Angelou said it best. We know ourselves better than others. If somebody says they're crazy, meaning, she said, look, if your child is expressing anxiety to you or feeling alone, hear them. Believe them. It is real. It is real. It's important to hear what they speak, because they are speaking truth to you. And then you can decide if they speak this truth, anxiety or aloneness or depression, immediately move into counseling. Do not think that you're the counselor and you will talk them out of it. There is help available, and a lot of times it's free within the university as part of their tuition. So I would move in and get that help.
And I know you also mentioned the 5 ways to get to the root of the problem. Can you talk about those?
Yeah, listen, when you start asking open-ended questions, this is a tool that's used in lean manufacturing. It's like in auto manufacturing, they'd say, well, it takes 20 minutes to put the hood on that car. Well, as the team working together, you can find solutions you didn't know existed, and soon it's taken 8 minutes to put the hood on that car. Young people are the same. They don't know the answer off the tip of their tongue as to what they're facing. If you ask them these open-ended questions, the 5 whys. Why did you miss your class? Well, because I slept late. Why did you sleep late? Well, because I was out last night. Why were you out last night? Because my friend said I had to go with her. What happened there? We drank too much. So it becomes an issue of peer pressure and drinking too much, not sleeping late. Ask open-ended questions.
David, this has been a great conversation. I know it's helpful for parents that are watching right now. Any last anything you want to leave people with before we wrap things up here?
Yeah, it's a scary time. And look, I've lost a son to an accidental overdose from addiction that he got on a college campus. But I have another son who nearly died, who's now 11 years sober, a daughter who battled eating disorder, who's in recovery. Look, it's a scary time, but maintaining that present conversation, not in a pushy manner. Be there, be present, ask and listen, will unlock a relationship with your child that you've never had before. And it can be magical, and that college experience will be a lot of fun.
Well, David McGee, author of Things Have Changed, also the creator of the William McGee Institute for Student Wellbeing over at the University of Mississippi. David, these are always great conversations, and you're always welcome on the Digital Desk anytime. You have a great rest of your day, all right?
Thank you so much. I look forward to being back.
Okay, Andrew Douglas here in the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Good morning to you. There are so many reasons to purchase a home right now. It continues to be home ownership. Continues to be the catalyst for Americans to bring generational wealth. So let's talk about some of the trends that we are seeing right now in the real estate market. We have Jessica Lotz, Deputy Chief Economist, Vice President of Research of the National Association of Realtors. She is joining us on the Digital Desk. Jessica, good morning to you. What trends are agents currently seeing when it comes to real estate, both buying and selling? Good morning.
Good morning. It's good to be here. So right now it's a really interesting market. We do see that we have incredibly low housing inventory, and there's a lot of housing demand from consumers who've been waiting on the sidelines trying to find that perfect home. As a result, because of that, we're seeing that home sellers are typically receiving 3 offers, and they're often receiving multiple bid situations that are pushing the asking price of the home. A third of home sellers are receiving more than the asking price of that home.
That is amazing. Wow. Okay. So I know that the National Association of Realtors recently released a second quarter Metro home prices report. Can you give us some insights on that report for us?
So what we're seeing in your local area is we're actually seeing that home prices are flat on an annual basis. There's actually no change to home prices year over year. I have to say, though, that this is actually an encouraging sign for home buyers who may have seen interest rates go up in recent months, who really want to find a home and had seen home prices actually skyrocketing within your state because of the strong interest to move to the state of Tennessee. It's actually one of the most popular states in the nation to move to. So home prices in your local area pushing up to $288,000.
I love that. I mean, I love that. I think that's great. And you know, usually we all know this, that purchasing a home is typically the largest financial transaction a person will experience in their lifetime. You mentioned the return on investment for middle income for those people that you mentioned in Tennessee. Can you tell us maybe some overall trends over the last decade for those middle income homeowners? What are we seeing in terms of their trends?
Absolutely. So for middle income homeowners, and this is the typical price home, the typical homeowner stays in their home for about 10 years. And what we actually see is that they gain $200,000 in housing wealth. Now we know that each local area could be different, but that's a tremendous amount of housing wealth to move on to their next property, to have retirement savings for, to even tap so that their young children in the future could actually buy their next home as well.
So I'm curious, we know interest rates have gone a little bit higher, certainly higher than a year ago, and a housing inventory shortage. I mean, what are you giving your clients looking to buy a home in this market?
Right. It is very difficult right now when we see interest rates close to 7%, especially knowing how low they had been in the recent past. And that's difficult both for home buyers to actually understand what they can afford today versus what they could have afforded a year ago. But it's important to note, too, that we do expect that interest rates are going to go down towards the end of the year. And as we expect that interest rates will go down, there's going to be more competition in the marketplace. So right now could be that more favorable market for that potential buyer. For sellers, though, they also could be saying, I'm just going to stay put. Maybe I'll remodel because I don't want to actually move as interest rates are at this higher rate now.
Are there any resources for home buyers or potential home buyers that they can use to make the right decision? We have thousands of people that join us each and every morning, and I know that they'd want to go online perhaps to check out a place and maybe do their own research.
Absolutely. Check out Realtor.com. You can find a local expert who can help you navigate this home buying process, which can be very complicated today, and they can help you navigate your local area.
Okay, Jessica Lotz, Deputy Chief, I should say, Economist, Vice President of Research for the National Association of Realtors. We really appreciate your time this morning. Very informative, very interesting, and something that I know is going to make a lot of people happy this morning. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Thanks for joining us here on ActionNews5.com, as well as the Action News 5 digital properties and Action News 5 Plus 5.5. Of course, as you're getting out the door here today, the weather fantastic across the Mid-South, enjoying some lower humidity, a light north breeze, and cooler temperatures. Of course, yesterday got up to 94 degrees here in the Mid-South. Today, nowhere close to that. Some spots may even fail to even hit 80 degrees. A lot of spots, though, upper 70s and low 80s. Lots of sunshine. A couple of passing clouds will make their way through the region. Amid that northerly to northwesterly wind coming in here. Around 10 to 15. Some gusts around 20, not out of the realm of possibility here today, but most spots not looking half bad here on your Tuesday. Winds will go mostly calm tonight. That will allow for the temperatures to drop off like a rock in a pond as we have those lower humidity values. And not only that, we're dealing with clear skies, so we don't have a blanket to keep our temperatures super warm across much of the area. So a little drop in humidity even going into tomorrow comparatively to today, and then we start to creep back up heading towards the end of the week. It won't get terrible, let's say it like that. It won't get to the point to where it's just downright disgustingly hot, at least in the short term, but towards the end of this forecast, we'll get to the point to where it's getting plenty toasty outside yet again. But this rare August front dropping in here, feeling much more like shades of fall, late September, early October, with high temperatures in the lower 80s, getting back to the mid 80s by Thursday. And it's not just here, again, it's regionally. You've got temperatures in the upper 70s in Kansas City, getting back to the middle to upper 80s as we head through Wednesday and Thursday. Even Louisville, Kentucky, 77 today, 81 Wednesday, back to the mid 80s by Thursday. Notice down to the south, Jackson, Mississippi, yesterday, for the second day in a row, 105 degree temperature, actual air temperature, not the heat index. Only getting down into the low 90s for highs on Tuesday, maybe in the upper 80s by Wednesday as the front makes progress down to the south. But notice right behind that, back to 95, and even out towards Dallas and Fort Worth, you got temperatures coming down mid 90s Tuesday, Wednesday, back to 108 degrees. And of course, that ridge of high pressure that has been baking places like Texas and Louisiana, South Mississippi, South Alabama, even Mobile, Alabama, approaching 100 degrees the last couple of days as well. It's hard to hit 100 degrees really down there in Mobile. I think the record high all time is 105. And of course, you just go up the road 3.5 hours up to Jackson. They've been hitting it, pretty consistently. Here's a look at our futurecast. Our weather pretty quiet across the Mid-South. Upper 70s and lower 80s. Again, shades of fall across the Mid-South. And not just here locally. You head up towards Cape Girardeau in the upper 70s here today. Near 80 in Fayetteville, Arkansas. And the middle 80s down towards Little Rock and Pine Bluff. 80 degrees Nashville. Low 80s out towards Huntsville, Alabama. We've got temperatures coming down into the 60s into much of the Mid-South. There could be a couple of cooler pockets trying to eke out maybe 60, 59, 58 degrees for a little bit of time. Probably get down into that in some of the higher elevations over in northwest Arkansas, 55 in Fayetteville, 60 in Cape Girardeau, and low 60s down towards Pine Bluff. Then a mixture of sunshine and clouds again for your Wednesday. High temperatures in the lower to a few mid 80s. And middle to maybe an upper 80, trying to get in there by the time we head towards the afternoon hours of your Thursday. As a frontal boundary approaches us, that front may squeeze out a shower or two in a couple spots, but many spots likely to stay dry in the 7-day forecast. So we'll keep sunshine the theme all the way through that 7-day. Rain chances near or at 0. I'd say near because there might be a shower sneaking in here late Friday into Saturday as that front moves into the region. So it may squeeze out a rogue shower just the amount of moisture that may be sitting in the atmosphere. That will knock the numbers back just a little bit when it comes down to humidity, but it will be brief because the southerly winds will kick back in here through the end of the weekend, start of next week. And with that being said, the temperatures will come back up as well. The big impact for us probably in the next couple of days is that as we stay quiet underneath high pressure, dry air, dry ground will become a bit more prevalent, and that is going to add in a feedback loop, and that's going to bring our temperatures up as we head towards next week. And it looks like next week's forecast likely to the middle and even some upper 90s on a pretty regular basis through next week. So let's enjoy the fall-like preview for now. It's not going to stay here for long, so don't go outside with your pumpkin spice lattes and your pumpkins out on your front porch because they will be done toast very quickly as the heat cranks up here as we head towards the end of the weekend and into next week.
Good morning. I'm Amanda Hansen here at the Action News 5 digital desk. You know, up to 30% of COVID patients end up with long COVID. It's a serious, debilitating problem that can last a lifetime. Many people dealing with symptoms months and months after this, after developing COVID. And long COVID has already upended the lives of more than 20 million Americans, and its impact on the economy and also the healthcare system is well into the billions of dollars. So this morning is something we're going to be focusing on here at the digital desk, and here to talk more about it, we have Dr. Peter Rowe. He is a long COVID expert, and he also is a professor at the Johns Hopkins University School of Medicine, along with Cynthia Adenig. She had mild COVID early during the pandemic, developed long COVID, and is now recovering from disabling, life-threatening conditions. We appreciate you joining us here. Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you. Good morning.
So, Dr. Rowe, I want to start with you, just for people to understand really what long COVID is. Can you talk a little bit more about that?
Sure. So long COVID refers to a range of health problems that can occur after an initial infection. It doesn't have to follow a severe infection. We know that, as Cynthia will tell you, that it can occur after mild or even asymptomatic infections. And when it's at its worst, it can really interfere with the things that people used to be able to do with and take for granted, like taking a long walk, working, shopping, going to advance their education. The main symptoms that we see after about 3 months are things like severe fatigue that can really interfere with activity. If people exceed their usual activities, they can trigger what's called post-exertional malaise or a post-exertional worsening of all of their symptoms. Lightheadedness is common, along with high heart rates and low blood pressure. And many people have great difficulty thinking and concentrating like they used to. You can see other problems affecting the respiratory system, like coughing, changes in taste and smell, and essentially the symptoms of long COVID can be quite varied and originate from any organ that COVID initially infects.
And it's frustrating for those that end up with COVID, and then it's like this just doesn't go away, that head fogginess, and I mean, even other things, you said it varies. And even if you have a mild case, this is something that can happen to you. One thing I want to ask, though, could this impact people that even have been vaccinated? What are you seeing? Because it seems like this is something that we're still learning more about.
That's absolutely correct. And we know that vaccination protects against long COVID, but it's not complete. And so that if you get a breakthrough infection after being vaccinated and boosted, you can still have long COVID develop afterwards. And I think the fact that the virus is continuing to circulate in the community means that all of us are at risk for further infections and possibly for these severe long-term symptoms.
Now, Dr. Rowe, are there any treatments or cures for someone that is living with this long COVID? What can people do?
So two points of emphasis there. One is that there's no single agent that we have in our medical toolkit that will treat long COVID in all instances. And that needs to be a focus of the research that's going on around the world. But that doesn't mean that there's nothing to do. So we have treatments that can be very effective for migraines if people have post-COVID migraines. We have good treatments for their high heart rates and low blood pressure problems that are common in the circulation after COVID. And we can treat a variety of pain problems as well. So there are treatments out there for specific symptoms, but still no universally effective single treatment for the entire illness.
So Cynthia, I kind of want to bring you in and talk to you just because you're someone that has experienced this. You had that mild case, and I'm sure you never imagined that you would end up with long COVID. Just tell me about what that was like for you. What were some of the things that you experienced?
Yeah, I never imagined my life the way it is today. From my mild infection that I got in March 2020, I didn't have what was considered to be the well-known symptoms of active COVID. In fact, it was so mild, it was sniffles for maybe 2 days. And afterwards, I thought I was okay, but as the weeks went on, I developed life-threatening, severe illnesses. And some of that was extremely high heart rate, even if I'm sitting or laying. I experienced crippling fatigue that made just brushing my hair impossible. And I also developed an anaphylaxis type reaction to a wide range of food and water overnight that led to me being bedbound for weeks. And I even lost my mobility and relied on a wheelchair for mobility for several months. And not enough is known about long COVID. So I didn't have proper care for several months. And I still today remain mostly homebound. And I need a lot of medications just to eat every day, to have just a tiny bit of a function, but I still remain disabled 2.5 years into long COVID.
I can't even imagine. And for you, I mean, this was obviously a major life change. And when you first started having these symptoms that came up, did you immediately think COVID or what? I mean, did you have any idea that that's what this was? I mean, at the time, I don't even know if there was the term long COVID at that point.
You're correct. At that time, there was no term long COVID, so I had no idea what was wrong with me. No doctor that I went to several doctors, several ER trips. They had no idea what was wrong with me. They misdiagnosed me as having anxiety, but because there was so little known about why I was suddenly reacting to all those foods, I lost 50 pounds in 4 months, and it really was life-threatening. I developed life-threatening illness because of those symptoms. Then I was afraid that I was going to die, and because I had no answers. And then I found an online support group before long COVID had a name, and there was so many people, tens of thousands, that had my symptoms. I was like, oh, okay, this is it. This is exactly what this is, and that really helped me to learn how to manage my symptoms along the way.
And, I've talked with people that have felt like that, I'm still dealing with symptoms well after, having COVID. And in a sense, they felt frustrated because it was one of those things where like people just couldn't understand when they would say that, my brain is foggy, or have these types of symptoms. Was that something that you experienced, and what did it mean for you when you finally did find that support group and you said, you know what, I'm not the only one experiencing this?
Yeah, it was really confusing to figure out what was happening to me because there were so many symptoms all over my body, top to bottom, and to have that cognitive decline on top of the crippling fatigue made even going to one doctor's appointment, I would have to rest for 2 days after just one doctor's appointment, and I would struggle to tell the doctor my symptoms because of the cognitive decline. So it's like a double whammy of bad, and that support group was really instrumental in validating me when doctors at that time couldn't. Their education for doctors just was not there. And even now, I know I'm still not properly diagnosed with all the things and the ways that COVID has affected me even 2.5 years into it.
And I see here that obviously now you're a long COVID patient advocate, and you've testified before Congress about the need for long COVID support. Can you tell me a little bit about that?
Yes. Unfortunately, one time when I went to the hospital for dangerously low oxygen and dangerously high heart rate, and the ER staff didn't believe that anything was wrong with me, even though the machines were registering that my heart rate was extremely high. And so they threatened to have me arrested for seeking care during that incident. And because I, in my wheelchair, started filming it, that catalyzed me into becoming an advocate. And I said, if this is happening to me, I know it's happening to others. And then I was invited to testify about that experience and really the need for doctors to learn to recognize what long COVID looks like, and believe people who have symptoms that are hard to describe and try to get them that care that they need to recover.
And Dr. Rowe, this is where I want to kind of bring you back in just to kind of see what's being done to find out more answers about long COVID and what more should we be doing. And I know y'all got to wrap up soon, so if you could just kind of maybe touch on that and say where we can get some more information, we can wrap up here because I know you have some other interviews coming up.
Sure. So one of the places you can get information and learn about this is the solvelongcovid.org website, where you can get information about the symptoms, learn about how you could get involved. This is a nonprofit that has been working in this field for over 30 years, trying to catalyze interest in this illness. In terms of what's being done, they're offering seed grants for junior researchers. And we need lots more research nationally and internationally. Thankfully, that's happening because of this huge economic impact of the long COVID. But the Recover Initiative at the NIH is one big study, but there are many, many studies that people can get involved in. We need a lot more in terms of clinical sites to care for people with these problems. Most people with long COVID are finding that it's hard to access medical care. So that's an area that we really need to address in the healthcare system.
Dr. Rowe, Cynthia, I appreciate you being so vulnerable and sharing your story. I know you'll have some other interviews to get to, but I appreciate your time, and I could talk about this on and on and on. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Pictures on that as well. So make sure you here coming up at the top of the hour.